Okay, great. So let's start. I'm Radhika from the Dasra team working on issues of adolescent and youth well-being as well as gender equality. I'll be a facilitator for the day, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the first leg of Dasra Philanthropy Week. Dasra Philanthropy Week, as you know, is our annual flagship program that brings together nonprofit leaders, philanthropists, foundations, policymakers, and other key stakeholders to discuss the way forward for India's development. The session today has especially been designed for a wide network of community of practice and civil society partners. We look up to all of you for your subject expertise, and our role is to create spaces for knowledge and learnings exchange, and this is what we hope to do today. In today's exciting agenda, we are going to hear best practices on how to center young people and their voices in our initiatives, how to ensure child protection and safeguarding for young people, best practices around fundraising and building an online presence. And in the last session, our partners, Dasra's partners, will share their learnings on scaling on-ground practices. The 10 to 19 collaborative is also coming together with key sector partners to launch the Joining Hands initiative by aligning efforts to mutually pursue adolescent and youth empowerment towards the four key outcomes, which I'm sure all of you are aware of: delayed age of marriage, delayed age of first pregnancy, completion of secondary school, and increased leadership and agency. Before we move on to the session, I would like to share with you some guidelines for the day. If we can have the webinar guidelines slide, please. Great. So please take a moment to see the slide. Just a few things that I'll go over. In the webinar view, to ensure that we have clear and audio speaker view, participant mics have been disabled. However, you can actively participate in the chat box throughout the session, and we look forward to your active participation. Please post your questions so everyone can see. And in case you face any technical challenges, including with language interpretation, you can message only host and panelists, and our team will support you. The way that we have planned this format today is to ensure an open, safe, and constructive space for everyone, including our speakers. So we request you to please refrain from messaging the speakers personally. You would also see Dasra's child protection policy in the chat box. Please click on the link. Since we have young people and children joining us today, we request you to please read and adhere to the policy. Great. So now we'll start. For our opening address, please join me in welcoming our first speaker, my colleague Kavneet from Dasra. Kavneet led our Dasra Social Impact Leadership Program with over 200 Indian nonprofit organizations. She also heads our Gender Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Initiative at Dasra to promote inclusive culture and programming across the organization. Over to you, Kavneet.
Thank you, Radhika, and it's such a delight to be here. And a very good morning to all of you. It's always amazing for me to see nonprofits, and especially nonprofit leaders, professionals taking the time out and devoting their precious time to activities, capacity building, workshops, and sessions like this. So truly a delight to be here. When my colleagues, requested me to share the opening remarks around the need for institutional building, I wondered what new can I share, and especially to a group of, audience which consists of nonprofit leaders and professionals who have lived experiences and best understand the need and the challenges around the same. It is my humble attempt today to share with you my perspective and learnings from curating and implementing organizational and leadership programs, which fortunately saw participation from many of you. Institutional building, perhaps, is the least understood aspect of what it takes to impact lives at scale. As you will agree, nonprofit organizations are a critical lever for social change in India. And for any organization to even scratch the surface and lift people out of poverty, it needs to respond to the size and scale of the problem. Now, you will also agree with me that scaling an organization's impact is difficult and lonely journey, and one that poses so many challenges. Thus, out of the reported 3 million registered social organizations in India, only a handful are able to scale. Through Dasra's journey of working closely with nonprofits for almost 25 years, we have been able to identify certain challenges that the organizations face that limit their ability to grow operations and expand impact. Our experience has led us to believe that scaling solutions to impact more lives calls for investments beyond programs. It calls for investments in terms of time, resources, and effort in the institutions that deliver them. It requires strengthening the institutional backbone, the people, processes, and systems to withstand the challenges associated with growth and scale. The building blocks for this growth include a well-articulated vision, mission, a proven model based on data, the right mix of resources, both financial and human, a robust organizational culture, and strong leadership that can provide the direction for organizations to grow. Unfortunately, while institutional capacity building is necessary for scaling, not enough funder NGO conversations on this subject evolve to meaningful engagement. And when they do not always achieve the value envisioned by each party. To make this a success, there is a need for givers and NGOs to connect the dots between institutional capacity building investments and on-ground impact. Agree on common priorities, approaches, and measures of success. And approach capacity building with a collaborative mindset and strategic clarity. Since 1999, Dasra has been providing institution-based capacity building support to organizations across different stages of maturity and sectors to strengthen leadership and accelerate nonprofit growth. There are few areas of capacity building that make up institutional maturity in our experience, and through our engagements with NGOs, we nurture one or more of these areas, including leadership and talent, monitoring, evaluation and learning, fundraising, finance and compliance, as well as board and governance and communications. Another key emerging area that I would like to spotlight here is data and tech. And through Dasra's Data for Good program, we are supporting and working with nonprofits who use data at the core of their intervention. Till date, Dasra has served nearly 1,500 nonprofits through various capacity building and leadership development efforts and taken approximately 650 leaders through its Dasra social impact programs. As some of you may know, in 2014, Dasra launched the Dasra Social Impact Leadership Program in partnership with Harvard University to engage social leaders to address scaling challenges they face. Since then, this program has helped leaders to understand their own management style, reflect on the vision for their organization, and build a community that can work together to address larger societal challenges. As we move ahead, our aspiration is to build impactful organizations and visionary leadership to accelerate nonprofit growth and provide a common platform for sharing of best practices and collaboration. Continue these endeavors to engaging multiple stakeholders in the sector to build an ecosystem where NGOs can thrive. They receive the much required institutional funding, capacity building support that allows them to learn from experts, build organizations and collaborate with their peers. On this note, I just would like to end with a very simple yet powerful quote that has always stayed with me in context to the work we all do. And I really hope you too find some inspiration in this. And the quote goes, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the workshops planned for you today. Thank you. Back to you, Radhika.
Thanks a lot, Kavni. Thank you for sharing that quote and for double clicking on the importance of collaboration. Also for sharing Dasra's journey so far on the learnings that we've had on scaling with partner organizations. So we're excited to start our first panel of the day. The title is Powering Through, Moving from Integration to Inclusion of Young People. And I would like to welcome my colleague Aditi to moderate the discussion. Aditi works on Dasra's youth and adolescence and gender portfolio. She also manages fundraising and donor engagement, as well as looks at overall strategy and program design. Over to you, Aditi.
Thank you so much, Radhika, and thank you, Kavneet, for that inspiring address. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our first panel discussion of the day, Powering Through, Moving from Integration to Inclusion of Young People. We're very excited to be beginning this full day of conversations around young people, leadership, and inclusion with a session that delves into the why and how of meaningful youth engagement and illustrates some ways to cultivate and sustain youth leadership. I'm sure everyone in attendance here today has probably become very familiar with the words meaningful youth engagement or youth leadership and agency. They have become common buzzwords in the sector today. But even as the rhetoric of youth leadership has become commonplace, there is still a ways to go in truly understanding processes and structures that enable this. Our panelists today are a fabulous group of leaders and practitioners who have worked closely on furthering youth and community engagement in their programs and bring varied areas of expertise and lived experience. And the session aims to break down some of these complex buzzwords by hearing from the panel on methods that have worked for them in creating a conducive space for youth engagement, as well as what their learnings are and some of the challenges for all of us to be cognizant of. This session will have two segments, a panel discussion, followed by a quick dive into using human-centered methodology-based frameworks for youth engagement. But before we begin with our panel, we wanted to actually begin with a short celebration to start us off. Over the last year and a half, Dasra has been working closely with Prava, a dear partner of ours in the sector, to conceptualize, build, and integrate two youth advisory boards to provide guidance, input, and advice on our programs on youth and adolescents. This was a crucial step in Dasra's journey towards greater meaningful youth engagement. And today, we're proud to celebrate this partnership and also share our learnings and experience through the launch of a guidebook that we hope helps other organizations in the sector on their journey towards meaningful youth engagement. To launch this guidebook, I would like to invite Parth Suri, Senior Program Coordinator at Prava. Hi, Parth. Yashi Jain, Team Lead at Dasra. Hi, Yashi. And Sabah Rahmani, a member of the 10 to 19 Young People's Advisory Group. Thank you all for joining us, and over to you, Parth.
Thank you so much, Aditi. I'll take it from there. Thank you so much and welcome everyone and good morning. Like Aditi mentioned, at the 10 to 19 Dasra Adolescents Collaborative, one of our key pillars is to ensure that we center young people's voices and that we're building not only their capacity, but also our capacity to be able to listen to their needs and not just create a space at the table, but create a meaningful space at the table. So with that ethos in mind, this time last year, we thought what better way of doing that than to create a young people advisory group for the collaborative, a group that will review, guide, input on everything that we do under the collaborative. We got Prava on board with us to help us in this journey. And what transpired was a creation of a group of 7 young girls who were part of this advisory group that led to more than 10 plus advisory activities and countless meaningful learnings that we had throughout the journey. In this journey, we also realized that it's important to document these learnings and share that with the sector. The way in which we created this entire advisory group, the learnings we had, the challenges we faced, the insights we had, we thought would be very, very useful for the sector to learn from. And maybe even use the steps we used to create this group to create a similar advisory group for themselves. We thought this documentation will help others to create more such groups, to be more participatory in the work that they do. I would like to call upon Parth and Sabha to share a bit more about what Parth can share a little bit more about what the guidebook contains, and would love Sabha to share a little bit more about her experience of being part of the advisory group. So Parth, over to you.
Thank you, Yashi. And it's indeed been an incredible experience working with a talented group of young people. And like you said that, there's a growing focus on forefronting the youth voices, giving them a center stage. This guidebook is exactly a step forward in that direction. So just to sum up, I feel it's a very easy to use and a simple tool to inspire like-minded organizations in the social sector to set up their own advisory groups. And the way in which the guidebook has been created is that it's a condensation of our own journey, the pilot that we have run, the learnings we have had. So in that way, it's very, very real and easy to apply. Also, the underlying theme of the entire guidebook is the youth development approach. So we are not bringing together these young people to serve a specific objective of advisory group, but also to ensure that through this entire process, they are undergoing a transformational experience and they are growing. So that's been the whole tenet of this document. I'll quickly tell you what all it covers, and we've tried really hard to make it as specific and as clear as possible. So right from selecting the young people across communities, what should be the application process like in terms of inclusivity, in terms of diversity, then how do we mobilize young people across India through our various networks and communities? You'll find a step-by-step documentation of all these processes. Then moving forward, how do you build capacity of this group so that they are able to effectively play their role as advisory members? So what are the input areas? What are their interests? How do they align with the overall mission and vision of the organization? What are their strengths? How can they be leveraged in this whole journey? Also, since the group is coming together to serve specific purposes, there is also a lot of focus on carrying out tasks, and there is something called as Action Lab that we have created, where these young people unite and they take the ownership of the space and carry out some incredible assignments. And towards the end, just closing the journey on a high in terms of reflecting the experiences, chalking out the way forward, and also inspiring other young people in the network to be a part of similar groups. And I feel one thing which really stands out, and because it's so close to the heart, I would like to share that we have also mentioned the anticipated challenges in the journey. So anyone who takes this guidebook up and would like to apply it, they would be able to reach exactly the same stage. So it's very easy to replicate. There are mitigation strategies, there are things to keep in mind. There are some of the ways through which the engagement can be made very, very meaningful for young people. So overall, this is what the guidebook entails, and I would really urge everyone to have a look whenever they find time. Also, we have Sabha with us. Sabha has been our star in the advisory group. Sabha, how has your experience been? If you'd like to share with our members today. Sabha, over to you.
Thank you for inviting me. Hello, my name is Sabha Rahmani. मैं सोशल वर्कर, जेंडर इक्वलिटी एक्टिविस्ट के साथ साथ दासरा यंग पीपल एडवाइजरी ग्रुप की मेंबर भी हूँ और हम मुख्यतः एडोलसेंट और यंग पीपल के साथ काम करते हैं और ये प्रोजेक्ट मेरे लिए सबसे यादगार रहा क्योंकि हम इससे कई चीज़ें सीखे हैं। हमने काफ़ी इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट भी किया है। जैसे मैंने इसके दौरान नीति आयोग के सामने यंग पीपल से रिलेटेड इश्यूज पर अपनी बात रखी थी कैड यानी कॉलिजन फॉर एडोलसेंट गर्ल्स में प्रोग्राम में मैंने कई यंग पीपल की बात को और उनकी राय को आगे रखा। और अब हम एडोलसेंट कोलैबोरेटिव प्रोग्राम में आर्केस्ट्री के अंदर एडोलसेंट हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस डेज को स्ट्रेंथन कर रहे हैं। हम उस पर एज ए एडवाइजरी ग्रुप काम कर रहे हैं। और हम सभी और इन सभी चीज़ों को हम लोग को कि कई सेशंस बिल्डिंग सेशंस, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग सेशंस करवाए गए, लर्निंग सेशंस करवाए, जिससे हम लोग सीखे कि हम लोग किस तरीके से अपनी बात को आगे रख सकते हैं। और इसमें अब हम ये सब सेशंस करने के बाद अब हम एडवाइजरी ग्रुप की भूमिका निभा रहे हैं और एडोलसेंट कोलैबोरेटिव प्रोग्राम को अपने इनपुट से स्ट्रेंथन कर रहे हैं।
Thank you so much, Parth and Sabha. And I would actually like to thank from the entire Dasra team's behalf, the Prava team as well as the advisory group who've been part of our journey throughout. And it's been great to see where we have reached. And with that, I would like to, with a few drum rolls, like to launch our guidebook and put it out in the sector. You can find the link in chat and it's on our screen as well. Okay, great. Thank you so much. You can find the link on chat. And with that, I'll hand over to Aditi. And we're really, really excited so that everyone picks this up as well.
Thank you, Yashi, Parth, and Sabha. And like Yashi said, please do check out the guidebook. The link is in the chat. And please do share it with other organizations in your network that you think might find this useful as well. Okay. Just before we bring on our wonderful panelists, we want to start with a quick pre-session poll. Throughout the day today, you will see a few pre- and post-session polls, which intend to serve as feedback for us to see if the sessions have been effective, if you found them useful. So requesting you all to please answer the poll questions that should pop up on your screen now. Thank you. We see some of the responses coming in. And the question is, how confident do you feel about your understanding on methods and strategies of engaging young people in a diverse manner? I know we have lots of organizations that are working closely with young people. So this is, I'm sure we're getting some great responses. All right. Okay. Thank you for all of your responses. Thank you very much for answering the poll, and please do participate through the day in these polls. This is very useful feedback for us as Dasra. Now, without any further ado, I am excited to call on our 4 panelists for the session. First up, we have Phula Kumari. Phula is a member of 10 to 19's Young People Advisory Group and a podcast associate at Sajay Sapne. Hi, Phula, welcome. Next up, hi Phula.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Next up, we have Ashraf Patel. Ashraf is the co-founder of Prava and Commutiny, the youth collective, and a member of the Varta Leap Coalition. Hi, Ashraf, welcome.
Hi.
Great. Next, we have Kanika Kumar. Kanika is a director at IDEO, a design consultancy firm. Hi, Kanika, welcome. Hi. And finally, we have Dhruv Arora. Dhruv is a campaign manager at Purpose. Hi, Dhruv, welcome. All right, welcome. Thank you all for joining us today, and we're looking forward to this discussion. I will be using a mix of Hindi and English today. हमारे panelists English में सबसे ज़्यादा comfortable है, लेकिन you've seen that there is live interpretation going on, Hindi to English as well as English to Hindi. So please do use that to help keep up with the discussion. I request all of our speakers to also speak at a normal, slightly slow pace so that our interpreters are able to pick up what we're saying. And finally, we do have a slightly tight schedule. So if I come in or मैं आपको थोड़ा सा nudge करूँ कि आप wrap up करें, please personally मत लीजिएगा. Apologies in advance. We do hope for this to be a discussion, and so encourage all of our attendees here to please use the chat box to ask panelists questions, to share any comments or reactions, of course, constructively and respectfully, and any resources that you may have around youth engagement, जो आपको लगे sector के लिए, दूसरे partners के लिए useful रहेंगे. Please do use the chat box and share those, and we'd love to hear from you. And if there are any questions for the panelists, हमारी discussion में answer करने के लिए there isn't that much time, but our panelists will be using the chat to also respond to your questions. Okay, now moving on. To begin our discussion, मैं पहले अशरफ, कनिका और ध्रुव से एक question पूछना चाहती हूँ. And the question is, why is it important for organizations to have clear systems, processes, and mechanisms to engage young people rather than one-off or ad hoc mechanisms? Ashraf, maybe we can begin with you.
Hi, thank you so much, and many congratulations to everybody here, the young people and youth workers. I believe everybody is a youth worker because it is our mission, whether we are young or old, each one has to engage to build a better world. And youth work is a systemic response to social change, to our mind. So it's lovely to be here with all of you who share this mission. About why it is important, I think very quickly, basically, we have to look at what is youth work and, who is a youth worker. And some of that will sort of enable us to understand why it is so important to have methods and processes. First of all, youth work is what I call it is it's an art, and it's a science, and it's everything in between. And a youth work is a psychologist, is an educator, is an artist, is an entrepreneur. मतलब ये एक ऐसा profession है या ऐसी space है जहाँ we are not doing just training programs or learning journeys. We are actually creating experiences. And so there is a science and a method in that madness. Processes and methods are really critical. And to land into that, I think will be good to understand how to frame, very important, how to frame youth work. If you look at the spaces that young people occupy, typically that of friends, family, education and livelihood, and recreation, all of these spaces are essentially governed by not by young people. Most of the times, the rules of these 4 spaces are not set by young people. And why? Essentially, we are in a patriarchal and a hierarchical society. We all know that, we experience that, and all of us are working to change that. And typically, in these spaces, since rules are not set by young people, either about what learning programs they should have, what is the curriculum going to be, what friends they should manage, even careers are heavily influenced by others in their ecosystem. So what young people really need is a space where they can discover themselves through social action and transform themselves and build leadership and agency. For this, there is a system. It's not. It's an experience that they need to. They need to be part of and co-create. And I'm just going to look at share a little bit of what kind of systems we think are necessary. When you look at, if you frame it, and how we frame youth work and youth leadership initiatives, is if we can create an experience of love, learning, freedom, ownership, and social hope. This is what is needed in an effective youth initiative. And for each of these feelings to be experienced by young people and youth workers, there are certain systems and policies and processes that are critical. If you look at love, it sounds like very simple. You create a wonderful space, you be authentic, be genuine. But again, there are boundaries that we have to keep as youth workers and young people. And therefore, child protection policies and sexual harassment policies and policies of protection against abuse are critical to creating that safe space. Because we know if that is not there, then youth work can go horribly wrong. That is one. Let's look at learning and growth. The feeling of learning and growth comes out of not just what happens in the classroom, but also what happens in the real world. So how to create learning experiences. There is a design element to how to design these such that the experience is real. And it's not just about experience, it's also about reflection. So the system of reflection is critical. And we found often when programs don't have that, then it's just an experience and it's over. So reflection creates the lifelong learning ability in us and in society, and that's critical. 3 other feelings that I talk about was ownership. I'll talk more about it later, but really it is about decision making. If we have to change the norms, then we need engagement and agency in the process. So young people's leadership just doesn't happen naturally. The space has to be created, like in a way that you are doing with the Youth Advisory Council. So there's much more to talk about that, but we'll take that up. The 4th feeling I talk about is freedom. And freedom is again something that so critical to our experience in terms of our expressions and our actions and our decision making. And this, the processes that enable that are essentially an ability for also young people to walk in and out of the initiatives. It's not something that you are, bound by. And not only co-creation, but also a space to follow different tracks, to have options, choices. Young people are not the same. So how to create different tracks is critical to a good youth work ecosystem. Last one I want to talk about is social hope. I think critical to social hope is building collectives, that this is not a one-on-one journey. It's a collective journey. It's building communities. It's building, and centered in that is our understanding of the Constitution, because for us, that is something that brings us together. So processes of bringing Constitution literacy and learning is critical to creating social hope and social change. That this is broadly what I feel why a system is necessary and what kind of systems are important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. And I think, the fact that you mentioned that we're having young people in systems where they're not creating the rules, and the focus on the feelings, particularly of hope, I think is really inspiring and something we're all taking back. Coming to you, Kanika, the same question. Why do you think it's important for us to have these processes and methodologies in a sort of systematized way?
Yeah, I have to fully agree with everything Ashraf said. I think she put it so wonderfully. And thank you all so much for bringing us together and for setting up the path forward for a more equitable future. I think ultimately the reason we need to start to involve people who are going to be impacted by the decisions that these systems or these solutions make is because we need to create a more equitable power structure. In many cases, the power is slightly skewed and oftentimes not in the hands of people who are directly impacted by the decisions being made by the decision makers. And so how do we create one where there is more equity in the community and there is more ability for the community to make decisions and to contribute to those decisions, because they're the ones that are going to be more significantly impacted. I think the other thing that's really important is to appreciate and respect context. Not all of us can appreciate others' context. We may believe we can, but unless you have the lived experience, you cannot be representing that voice. And so it's really important to therefore include young people or whichever community you're designing for, to bring that context. It allows everyone in that space to move from being in a beginner's mindset to being in a more informed mindset. And I think really creating the space to immerse yourself in the context but allowing the right people from that context to represent their voice and their lived experience is important. And today, young people are more and more empowered through the tools that they have. And so, so just creating those opportunities for them to therefore come in and voice their thoughts and their feelings, as Ashraf mentioned, is really important. And finally, I think what it really does is it creates a trusted environment, and it allows for more accountability both ways. I believe it allows decision makers to move from empathy to accountability. It also makes the people involved, like young people, more accountable to participate, more accountable to use those systems that are being set up, and more accountable to maintain and uphold those systems being set up. So I really think involving them creates a more trusted solution. There are, of course, many different ways to involve the community, from being more participants to being co-creators or collaborators, to really being the partners or the stakeholders. And I can speak more about how that works. But I think ultimately it is about shifting the decision-making power into the hands of people who are actually going to be impacted, and creating space for more accountability and trust while designing for their unique context. So, yeah.
Thanks so much, Kanika. And I think the point around the systems creating accountability both ways and a sort of trusted environment is a really great point. And I'm sure we're going to talk much more about that today as well. Dhruv, coming to you again, in your experience, why are these systems and processes to engage young people so necessary?
Absolutely. And just before I start, just wanted to congratulate the Dasra team on the launch of the resource as well as really excited to be on this panel, especially with Phula being on the panel as well, because I think that speaks directly to the reason that we're talking about this today, to have sort of youth inclusion. And that's sort of really a really good way of representing the kind of inclusion that we're talking about. But coming back to the question, I completely agree with both my fellow panelists so far. I think Asha spoke about sort of focusing much more on the journeys and experiences of the young people themselves. And I can speak to that because personally, I mean, I come from a background where I started my journey in this space as a volunteer with one of Community Needs programs as well. And from that to, my entire journey has also been really laid down through the work that I did there. So it's really important. And I think it's you can see it in action here. I think it's really important to create those journeys in a meaningful way that actually give agency to the young people that you're working with. A lot of times, I think we confuse this idea of youth focused with youth led, and I'm talking from a campaigns perspective. A lot of the times we think about making, creating campaigns that are talking to young people, sometimes even leveraging young people to talk to other young people towards an outcome that we already know. I think that's really the gap that currently exists. I think the true meaning of youth led can only come to fruition if we actually consider and include young people in the designing of the outcomes, as well as the channels and the methods that we're going to be using. It's not enough to, bring young people in, voicing their opinions through just consultations, but not including those voices in the very grain of the campaigns that you want to do with young people. It's important that young people have a say in what outcomes they need to achieve, because frankly, at the end of the day, we're doing this to impact their life. And if the outcome, even if we achieve it, is not relevant for them, then why did we do it in the first place? So I think it's really about starting with working with young people very closely from step one, making sure that we are creating those systems, which is why these systems are so important. We're putting in place these systems that will bring in these voices into execution as well at regular points through your campaign, and not just using them as touch points to, put a check mark next to the idea of, oh, okay, now this is youth led. So that's really how we approach our campaigns as well at Purpose. I think for us, it's really important that all of our campaigns, especially if they're working for young people, with young people, We are able to design them by speaking to the young people that we're eventually going to be working with. We are hearing them and we're listening to them in terms of, okay, this is what we set out to do and this is how we set out to do it. But there is space for you to come and tell us, listen, this is stupid. We need to change everything. And then sort of really going back to the drawing board and thinking about what could actually make an impact. So yeah, I think having spoken about the importance of these systems, I also wanted to talk about the importance of being adaptable. Sometimes what happens is we get really attached to our campaigns. We get really attached to the way we want to do them. And I experienced something, so it should be like that. And I want to preserve a certain way that the campaign happened. But it's really important to adapt with the times as well. I started back in 2012. Things are diametrically different today. I think they're extremely different, not just in terms of the channels people are using, but also the kind of conversations young people are having. I think young people have matured much more over the past decade, much earlier in their sort of life. And today it's really important for us to take that into account and not work based on systems that were working 10 years ago. It's really important that we are able to look at where these conversations are happening, where young people are talking to each other, what language they're using to talk to each other at, and make sure that what you're doing is in sync with all of this, that you're actually on the channels where young people are and you're not calling them to channels where you are used to being. So that's, I think, a very, very important difference that I just wanted to flag. And lastly, just wanted to also stress on the need for campaigns, not just to work on issues that we've been flagging over the past decade or before that. I think we have strategies that that address issues, no, but it's also really important to preempt issues that will come up as sort of we move forward as well. It's really important for us to think about as we move forward, especially through the course of the campaign that we're designing. How do we make sure that we're able to identify issues before they come up? How do we make sure that we're able to identify access gaps before they come up and are able to address that meaningfully through the campaign period? So while having systems is important, I just wanted to stress upon the need for sometimes being able to adapt to changes as well, being able to listen to young people as you're executing and be able to sort of change things around to make sure that your outcomes are relevant.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dhruv. And the points that you made, about listening to young people and adaptable, right? Adaptable hona hamare systems mein, I think, and the fact that hamari realities and what we think may not necessarily be what the young people we're working with have, and being adaptable, I think, is a huge point. Thank you for sharing that. I would just like to request all of our speakers to speak a little slowly. Our interpreters are struggling a little bit. So just so that everyone can keep up, slow down a pace a little bit. Phula, coming to you, we've heard from all of our other three panelists here about why they think these mechanisms are important, these systems are important. Can you tell us, as a youth leader and a young person who has been part of these systems, and you have been YPAG ka part as well, aapke kya experiences hain? Why do you think this is important, and what has your experience been? And also, abhi bhi आपके experience से क्या gaps बचे हैं that we still need to address?
Hello. हाँ. Thank you, Aditi. Thank you everyone जो भी इस panel discussion में शामिल हैं उन सबको. तो सबसे पहले मैं दसरा प्रभा को thank you बोलना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि उन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर स्पेस क्रिएट किया है जहाँ पे काम करेगा वो देने का मौका मिला. और हाँ, तो जैसे मैं अपनी मोटी बताऊं कि मैं एडवाइजरी ग्रुप क्यों ज्वाइन किया, तो ये था कि जैसे हर जगह पे डिसीजन हमारे लिए हमारे बड़े ले रहे होते हैं, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा मैंने इसके बारे में जाना कि यहाँ पे हमसे
फूला, सॉरी थोड़ा सा इंटरप्ट करने के लिए. आपकी आवाज कट हो रही है थोड़ा सा. आप थोड़ा माइक के पास आ सकते हैं और थोड़ा स्लोली बात कर सकते हैं. और अगर वीडियो ऑफ करके इफ यू वांट टू ट्राई मे बी बिकॉज इट्स गोइंग इन एंड आउट.
ओके ओके. हेलो. हाँ, अभी क्लियर आ रही है आवाज?
जी.
हाँ, तो मैं ये बोल रही थी कि सबसे पहले मैं दसरा और प्रवाह को धन्यवाद बोलना चाहूंगी कि ये क्रिएट करने के लिए, जहाँ एज अ यूथ मुझे अपनी राय रखने का मौका मिला और जो भी हमारे लिए सोल्यूशन जो भी डिसाइड कर रहे हैं उनके ऊपर हमारी एडवाइस ली गई. और यदि मैं इसके ज्वाइन करने का पीछे का मैं अपना मोटिव बताऊं तो ये था कि हर जगह पे हमारे लिए डिसीजन हमारे बड़े ले रहे होते हैं, हमें उसमें हमारी राय नहीं जानी जाती थी. बट यहाँ पे मुझे लगा कि यदि मैं इसकी पार्ट रहूंगी तो मैं चीजें सीख पाऊंगी कि मेरे लिए क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, और जो मुझे आगे मेरे करियर में, मेरे पर्सनल लाइफ में हर जगह पे काम. और यही मोटिव के कारण मैं दसरा में अभी तक बनी रही हूँ पिछले 1 साल से. और यहाँ पे जुड़े रहने के कारण मुझे काफी कुछ सीखने को मिला है. जैसे प्रवाह की तरफ से हमारे लिए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का सेशन ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया था, जिसने हमें काफी हेल्प किया कि हम किस तरीके से जो भी एडवाइस ले रहे हैं, डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, वो सारे यूथ को सोचकर ले पाए. क्योंकि ये होता है कि हर जगह पे हम कहीं किसी भी चीज का पार्ट होते हैं तो हमें क्या करना है उसकी प्रोसेस जानना बहुत जरूरी होता है हमारे लिए. जैसे प्रवाह हमारी तरफ एक सिस्टम सिस्टम थिंकिंग की जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की सेशन हुई थी, उससे काफी हेल्प मुझे मिला है पर्सनली कि कहीं पे भी जाती हूँ, चाहे अपना काम हो या फिर यूथ एडवाइजरी ग्रुप का काम हो, उसमें हर चीज से रिलेटेड अलग-अलग पहलुओं से सोच पाती हूँ कि जो मैं काम करने जा रही हूँ, लोगों के बारे में बात करने जा रही हूँ, क्या जो मैं बोलूँगी वो सही होगी. तो ये रहा. और ज्वाइन करने के बाद में मुझे काफी सारे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले हैं, लोगों से बात करने का मौका मिला, मेरी नेटवर्क बिल्ड हुई, तो अलग तरीके का कॉन्फिडेंस हुआ है कि नहीं, मैं भी चीजें कर सकती हूँ. और यदि मैं कैपिंग की बात करूँ कि अभी तक जो एक्सपीरियंस मेरा रहा है, काफ़ी कुछ मुझे सीखने को मिला है, काफ़ी सारे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले हैं, बट फिर भी कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो मुझे लगता है कि वो होना चाहिए. तो पहला तो मेरा ये होगा ना कि जैसे हम यूथ की बात करते हैं, तो हमारे दिमाग में या जैसे मैंने अब तक जो ऑब्ज़र्व किया है, वो होता है ज़्यादातर अर्बन एरियाज़ के यूथ होते हैं. तो यहाँ पे मुझे लगता है ना कि क्या हम जब यूथ का डेफिनिशन डिफाइन कर रहे हैं, क्या हम जो रूरल एरिया में रह रही हैं महिलाएँ या फिर लड़के या फिर जो भी हो, जैसे 17, 18, 19 के वर्ष में जिनकी शादियाँ हो जा रही हैं, क्या हम उनके बारे में सोच पा रहे हैं? उनके जो रिमोट एरियाज़ जिनके पास इंटरनेट एक्सेस नहीं है, तो क्या हम उनको अपने यूथ के डेफिनेशन में शामिल कर पा रहे हैं? तो मुझे लगता है जहाँ तक मैंने ऑब्ज़र्व किया है, ये शायद नहीं हो पाए. तो मुझे लगता है कि जब भी आप काम कर रहे हो, चीज़ें कर रहे हो, तो थोड़ा उनके बारे में भी सोचो, जो गाँव में रह रही हैं, जिनके पास एक्सेस नहीं है चीज़ों की. और दूसरा मेरा पॉइंट ये रहेगा गैप के बारे में कि जैसे बहुत सारे ऑर्गनाइज़ेशन हैं या फिर सरकार हैं, यूथ को लेकर काफ़ी सारे काम कर रहे हैं. जैसे कोई उनको ट्रेनिंग दे रहा है लाइवलीहुड को लेकर, कोई वर्कशॉप कर रहा है ताकि उनका वो अपना लाइफ अच्छे से जी. तो क्या जब आप ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हो, आप वर्कशॉप करवा रहे हो, तो क्या वो अपने जीवन में वास्तव में इम्प्लीमेंट कर पा रहे हैं? इसका कहीं पे आपने रिकॉर्ड किया है? क्योंकि जैसे एक एग्ज़ाम्पल लूँ, तो जो प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना है ना, उसका मैं भी पार्ट रह चुकी हूँ. वहाँ पे मैंने भी ना सिलाई, बुनाई बुनाई-कढ़ाई का काम सीखा था. उसके बाद उन्होंने हमें जॉब करने के लिए कंपनी में वो कर दिया, हायर कर दिया. तो अब मुझे ये कहना है कि जैसे आप ये चीज़ें करवा रहे हो, तो क्या आपके पास रिकॉर्ड है कि जिस यूथ को भी आपने ट्रेनिंग दिया है, क्या वो जिस जो काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे टिक पाए हैं? क्या वास्तव में आपकी उस ट्रेनिंग से उसके लाइफ में कोई इम्पैक्ट हुआ है? तो मैं चाहूँगी कि आप अपने प्रोग्राम का एक असेसमेंट आएगा कि जिनको भी आप ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हो, उनसे फीडबैक लो प्रॉपर तरीके से. और 1 साल नहीं, 2 साल नहीं, 3 साल बाद भी उनसे आप कॉन्टैक्ट में रहो कि वास्तव में आपके प्रोग्राम का उनकी लाइफ में इम्पैक्ट हुआ है या नहीं. तभी आप एक अच्छे तरीके से यूथ के लाइफ में या फिर जो जो आप कर रहे हो उसमें सक्सेस हो पाओगे. तो ये गैपिंग की बात रही मेरी तरफ से. और हाँ, थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सो मच फूला. आपके पॉइंट्स बहुत ही पावरफुल थे. आपकी इंटरनेट थोड़ी अंदर बाहर जा रही थी, तो मैं 2 line में summarize करना चाहती हूँ because the points were really important. The last point that Phula made was about feedback, right? And when we're creating programs, क्या हम जिन young लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं उनसे feedback ले रहे हैं कि program में जो हम बात कर रहे हैं वो उनकी असल की जिंदगी में are they able to implement it or not? Are they able to take those learnings in and make changes to our program based on their feedback, which I think is a huge point for all of us around measurement and feedback and assessing how efficacious our programs are. The other point that she made, which was really strong as well, was कि हम जब यूथ कहते हैं तो कौन से यूथ के बारे में सोच रहे हैं? Are we thinking about young people from remote areas? Are we thinking about adolescent girls? Or are we only thinking about youth as, people who are, from a tier 2 city or have a job? Like who are we counting when we talk about? And these points are really important. And thank you so much, Phula. I think हमारे बाकी के 3 panelists will definitely have a lot to think about and include as they respond and answer going forward. And so coming back to you, Ashraf, we heard a lot, Phula's last point was around the engagement with young people needs to be important and purposeful and meaningful for both the organization as well as the young people, right? So when we're engaging with young people, how do we as organizations ensure that this relationship and engagement is meaningful and purposeful to both and isn't just tokenistic in nature and create space for young people to express their agency?
थैंक्स अदिति, शुक्रिया बाकी सब पैनलिस्ट का ऑल्सो, और फूला ग्रेट लैंडिंग, मैंने अपने कमेंट्स डाल दिए हैं चैट में, थैंक यू कनिका ध्रुव ऑल्सो। मैं थोड़ा कनेक्ट करना चाहूंगी, जो थोड़ी सी बातें काफी कुछ पैनलिस्ट ने ऑलरेडी कह दिया है तो थोड़ा रिपीट शायद होगा, बट ये जो सवाल आपने पूछा, मुझे लगता है एक पहली बात तो है कि ये रिलेशनशिप का मतलब क्या है, दैट अंडरस्टैंडिंग, एंड जे कृष्णमूर्ति सेज टू लिव इज टू रिलेट. I don't think we even understand this word called relationship. And I think building that into our understanding of young people and youth workers, so that we begin to see what relationship actually means. And it's not just between young people and youth workers and the larger world. It's just us as human beings. I think that construct has to be unpacked in our lives everywhere. तो मुझे तो लगता है ये सबसे मोटा और सबसे powerful word है, relationship, to relate. Whether it's to relate with myself, to people around me, or to the world. And if we can, first of all, if we can also build this understanding in our programs, this conversation must happen. What is a relationship? I don't think we do enough of that. तो पहले तो अगर हम उसको अनपैक कर लें तो ये फिर अपने आप young people की खुद की capacities to then see कि कौन सी relationship मुझे instrumentalize कर रही है, कौन सी relationship मेरी agency को बढ़ा रही है, वो बहुत मुझे लगता है वो कैपेसिटी बिल्ड होती है. So by just putting young people in decision making, to my mind, doesn't solve the problem. What is needed is unpacking the word relationship and also looking at the idea of lenses, how people view young people, which is also how young people may view themselves. But really right now we are talking, because we're talking about young people, I'm seeing it like that. And we often say that there are essentially 4 lenses people really look at. So one is the youth, young people as consumers, young people as our workers. That's one lens. That's what we call the economistic lens. People are looking at, mostly the world looks at young people like that. इतना खरीदेंगे, इतने लोग हैं, इतने numbers हैं, या हमारे employees बनेंगे, है ना, इस तरह से. The other lens is a problem solving. Oh, there are so many problems in the world, and young people will solve the problem, which is like a youth for development lens, that okay, now I have to, मेरे को समाज में बच्चों की हालत बदलनी है, तो चलिए young people को बुलाते हैं, उनको बोलते हैं ये प्रोग्राम करें, and get them involved in the program. That's the problem solving lens. There is the other lens is around looking at young people as problems, young people at risk, so they have problems, we have to sort out their problems. So you look at young people only from the challenges lens, what challenges they have. I think what we like to focus on, and I think it's important, everyone in youth work, young people themselves focus on the youth for youth sake lens, the youth development lens, which actually both all the sub panelists ने बात करी इसके बारे में कि youth development ही हमारा मकसद है, बाकी सब उसके आसपास खुद होगा. अगर हम ये समझ जाएं that young youth leadership is not a means to an end, it is an end in itself. A positive youth leadership is an end in itself. तो तब मुझे लगता है सच्ची में इंस्ट्रूमेंटलाइज नहीं होंगे यंग पीपल. और दूसरी बात जो आपने कहा कैसे होगा, सॉरी मैं मिक्सअप कर रही हूँ हिंदी इंग्लिश, बट कैसे होगा इज आई थिंक ध्रुव एंड कनिका पॉइंटेड टू दैट, फूला लैंडेड इट फुल्ली के इवैल्यूएशन प्रोसेस में कि हम देखेंगे कि हमारी जर्नीज में पहले तो हमारी क्या डेवलपमेंट हो रही है एज अ यंग पर्सन, फिर हमारे रिश्तों में क्या बदलाव आ रहा है, फिर समाज में क्या बदलाव आ रहा है. मुझे लगता है ये तीन चीजें हमको हमेशा, and we are not designing this evaluation, we of course will design. So there's a little bit I want to respond to Dhruv's thing कि entirely 100% शायद डिजाइन में नहीं आ पाएंगे क्योंकि कुछ रोल होता है ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का, कुछ सेटअप होता है, बट ये कॉन्शियसनेस रहे कि ये डिजाइन आपकी नहीं है और यंग पीपल इसके सब्जेक्ट्स नहीं है. यंग पीपल इसमें आइटरेट करेंगे, इन्वॉल्व करेंगे, रहेंगे, एंड दे एग्री टू द डिजाइन इन दैट सेंस also, not only participate, but if something is already there which is classical and good, then they also say yes, we are part of it, not like drawn like just as so I think ये दो तीन चीजें, मेरे को बस एक चीज और करनी है, ये कैसे होगा. एक और चीज है इंटरजेनरेशनल लीडरशिप. वी टॉक, इट्स देयर इन योर मैनुअल आल्सो on boards, this manual that you release is co-leadership of young people. There's a lot of this thing about youth-led, only young people. Okay, now old people here. Forever, I'm not saying this because I'm old, but forever since I have been a youth facilitator at 24, I've talked about co-leadership. I don't believe we should divide youth-led and separate. So, I think this co-leadership is important. That's only how you build the relationship. And the last one is building young people as youth facilitators. So what I mean is, ये मेरा जरूरी नहीं मेरा प्रोफेशन होगा, but can every young person learn the principles of youth development? क्योंकि मैं खुद as a young person सीख रही हूँ और अपने आप को build कर रही हूँ. Can we imagine that every young person who's going through these initiatives, co-creating them with us, they also learn youth development? Because that's how we will big systemic change. We don't have to get a degree, but we learn the art and the science of youth work and youth development. Then they feel empowered because they feel they can also do it with other young people. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. That was wonderfully put. And I'm especially taking away the points around youth leadership, not as a means to an end, but an end in itself. And the need for us to invest in building all of our capacities to be able to really examine what that relationship means, so that we can critically think about when we're instrumentalizing, being instrumentalized, and what is a equitable relationship. Thank you so much for that. And Ashraf ended a little bit on what are some of the ways in which this can happen. And so I want to come to you, Kanika, speaking a little bit from a design lens and a human-centered design approach. I know that Ashraf said that there are roles for us as organizations, and it isn't really like we're going to have 100% involvement in all aspects of designing of a solution or a program. But what are some of the ways that organizations can include young people as collaborators across the process in ways that are equitable, that acknowledge these roles, but also are responsive to their voices and needs? What are some frameworks or principles that we can use?
Yeah, thanks so much, Aditi, for that. And fully agree with Ashraf on everything she's been saying. And I think it fundamentally boils down to what Phula said, right? What is the ultimate impact we're hoping to make, and how do you create the right kind of feedback loops? And really, that's where we need to be respectful and lean on young people or the community to help us design. Broadly, I would say, before even going into the how, there are three, I think, important principles before we even get into the how. I think to understand that when you bring a community into the design process, you have to be willing to trade off what we call time, because change really moves at the speed of trust when you're bringing community into the design process, because you first really need to build trust. And like Ashraf said, and trust is all about building relationships. So I think how do we nurture and build trusted relationships? I think the second thing, I'm sorry, I'm repeating what Ashraf said, is also understanding what already works in the community. So really going in from an asset-based lens, we really need to understand what are the strengths and what are the assets that this community already holds. What do young people already hold? What's already working from them? And how do we center a lot of our work around their inherent wisdom and knowledge, and then build from there? And finally, I think to the point that Pula made, we need to honor intersectionality. There are so many different type of young people, even in our own country, let alone the world. How do we start to respect that intersectionality? How do we create spaces for these relationships across these different groups of people to develop, and how do we make something that's more of a shared ecosystem, with, of course, more specific and contextual work or solutions addressed to each of them, right? So I feel like these are the three broad principles. In terms of how this might play out, fully agree that not everything can be 100% community-led. So I think there are three different ways of co-design. One is a participatory co-design process where usually you're not, the young people or the community is not the decision maker, but there is still deep respect for their context, and you invite them as co-creators in certain moments. So these could be co-creation workshops, these could be feedback for your design, these could be reactions and feedback loops. But that's taken back, and whoever is the decision maker then accepts that feedback and builds on it. But the community is not really the decision maker here. The second is really co-design. At IDEO, we call this co-design, and we're trying to move more and more to this. In this instance, we invite young people or the community as collaborators and actual decision makers at key moments. So here you could set up a co-design cohort or an advisory council that you can tap into every once in a while. But what's really important here is when you're shifting the power, you also need to compensate people. So we typically believe there is a role to hire and work with young people here and actually involve them in the formal system. So they need to be inside the system and not participating from outside. The last approach is community-led, which is probably the most democratic. And in this approach, I think design is really in service of the community. So the community is not in service of design, right? The community is not reacting, informing, or suggesting what the design should be. Here in community-led, design is just a means to an end. The community is really the end goal here. And here you invite them as key decision makers throughout the process. So you hire them as co-team members, and you really center the community by building accountability structures that can work both ways, because you cannot entirely have accountability only on one end. So how do you create a more accountable structure across the ecosystem with all the different stakeholders? This actually requires significant upfront work to lay the structures, the governance structures, to create a community that is engaged meaningfully and consistently throughout the process. So these are the three different structures. What I'm happy to do, and I know we're also getting at time, is maybe drop in a few resources on how to set up some of these community-led design practices where there are equitable and more accountable structures.
Thank you so much, Kanika. And I think those resources would be wonderful for the community at large to use. I took away the quote that you said, that in these situations, change moves at the speed of trust. And all of our panelists are so quotable. That was lovely. I think, thank you for breaking down the difference between co-design, co-led, and co-creation. I think sometimes there is an urge to kind of blend all of them together, and I think the separation and the steps and considerations for all of us to keep in mind across those different kind of ways of working was really useful. So thank you for that, Kanika. And Dhruv, both Phula, Ashraf, as well as Kanika spoke about power, right? They spoke about the power dynamic. Ashraf talked about it in the context of intergenerational leadership. Phula talked about it in the context of who is a young person and what kinds of young people across backgrounds are we listening to and including. And so the question to you is, even within young people, right, there are power dynamics depending on how caste, class, religion, gender plays out in their everyday lives. When organizations are looking to create engagement strategies, what are some ways that we can do it in a diverse, representative manner that doesn't homogenize young people, but actually looks to address these different lived realities?
Absolutely. I think that's a great question. And as I start, I actually want to reflect on something that Phula talked about, which was what are the different kinds of young people that we are reaching? So I think for me, it's really important to be intersectional in the approach that we're using. And let me talk a little bit about what that means for me. When you identify who your target audience is, who are these young people that you're speaking to, I like to break them into what within this larger category of young people, let's say young people between the ages of 18 to 24 in certain geographies, who are the most marginalized? What are those communities of young people? Who are those young people that I'm going to have the hardest time reaching? And what are the reasons that I'm going to have the hardest time reaching these young people? It's really important then for me to start from bottom up, from focusing maybe on the community that is the hardest to reach for me, identifying how critical it is and what are some different strategies that I can think about to make sure that there are strategies within the larger campaign that are working on making sure that we are being able to reach these young people as well as best as possible. Completely acknowledging that it's not always possible at every single point to make sure that everybody is included in everything. It's more of something to aspire to, but at the same time, that aspiration is very, very important to be able to make sure that your intent is to reach the most marginalized. If your campaign is designed in a way that in your target audience, you are able to reach and work with the most marginalized, then you're automatically also going to be able to work with people that are less marginalized and so on. So I think that's how it's a very effective strategy to combat this lack of access privilege if you are able to think about your campaign in that way. So it's almost like an inverted triangle where you start with those that are hardest to reach and try your best in your campaign strategy. May not be possible, but try your best to make sure that there are strategies to work with them. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is language. It's really important that you're not using language that you're comfortable with, but you're using language that young people are talking to each other in. Sometimes we get lost in sort of larger concepts and words, especially as we work with young people on things like gender, on things like climate, where we start talking in terms of how we talk to each other, how we talk to funders, how we talk to sort of our partners, etc. But sometimes it's really, really useful to actually go and hear how young people are talking to each other and make sure what you're communicating to them and what you're working with them on is in a language that they're comfortable with, that you're breaking difficult concepts down, that you're breaking complex things down in an easy to understand way that they can then take and, as Ashraf said, be their own facilitators in their own communities, take these things to other young people and be able to communicate them as effectively as you're communicating it to them. The third thing that I wanted to focus on as well is channels. I touched a little bit upon this earlier, but a lot of times I think where we end up struggling a lot is we have content, we have things that we want to say, and we are putting them out in channels that we're comfortable with, and then we're really confused about why that content is not actually reaching the young people that we wanted to reach. So the answer sometimes is very, very simple. Sometimes the answer is just that where you are may not be where they are. Maybe you need to find out where they are. Maybe you need to find out what they're using to talk to each other. Maybe you need to find out what format they're comfortable with. Maybe they're not comfortable with listening to podcasts. Maybe for them, podcasts are not a thing. Maybe for them, it's a simple video in Hindi that might be much more useful, or in a local language that might be much more useful. Maybe it's not even that. Maybe sometimes it is just working with influencers and content creators that they follow in their own hyperlocal sort of context that they already follow and they're already listening to. So can you actually work with some of these young people that are influencing other young people in these regions to talk in a language that they're comfortable with using a channel that they're already on? Could be much more effective and even more cost effective if I'm talking strategically for the campaign itself. Sometimes I think we tend to overproduce, but what I think we need to pay a little bit more attention to is not the production. It's much more about the channel, the language, and how you're talking to who you're talking to. Lastly, I did also want to touch on this idea of sometimes in your larger campaign, especially if it is critical for you to work with marginalized young people in a specific geography, it's really important for you to have offshoots of strategy in place as you start the campaign. What that means is a one-size-fits-all solution may not work for everybody. There may be young people that will not be able to access a content, and you may need to think about it if it's important that you reach them. You may need to think about it in the beginning and make sure that you have an alternate strategy to reach those young people. Your primary channel can reach the majority of your target audience, the majority of the young people that you want to work with. Perhaps you also need to think about in the beginning as you're looking at strategy, what are some channels that I can use in addition to these primary channels, in addition to these primary vehicles, which will make me actually more effective in reaching out to the other communities of young people that I may not be reaching through these. So it's much more about intent, I would say. I know a lot of what I'm saying is wishful thinking in practice sometimes, because the realities of executing campaigns, the realities of working with young people, there are things that you need to consider. But I think it's the intent that matters. If you go in with the intent of making sure that you're able to work with as wide a group of young people as much as possible, then your campaign will end up reaching as many young people, much more young people as well. So I think it's the intent that I wanted to focus on.
Thank you so much, Dhruv. And I think the intent is a great point. And I know you said it seems a bit like wishful thinking, but I think you also talked about some actual ways for us to do this. And I think language was one that I picked up on a lot in the way in which we're talking to young people and the language that we're using. And I wanted to add, we had an engagement with a youth leader recently who also talked about language, not just in the case of breaking it down to become simple, but also language that talks about some of these concepts in ways that may not be politically correct for the rest of us, but are understandable and how they perceive it, and creating space for that as well. So thank you so much for those points. फूला, मैं लास्ट क्वेश्चन, लास्ट वर्ड आपको देना चाहती हूँ. We've heard from the three other panelists today on what are some of the ways in which that we can include youth engagement हमारे programs में. But as a young leader, I wanted to ask you, Phula, कि आपकी aspiration क्या है for the way forward? What do you hope to see in the future when it comes to meaningful youth engagement?
हेलो, हाँ, मेरी आवाज आ रही है क्या?
हाँ जी.
हाँ. ठीक है. तो जो मैंने सुना, सारे लोग यूथ को लेकर बात कर रहे थे कि किस तरीके से उनके साथ रिश्ता बनाया जाए, किस तरीके से उनसे अच्छे से जुड़ पाए, और किस तरीके से जिनको ज्यादा हमारी जरूरत है उन तक पहुंचवाएं. तो जैसे जहां तक मैंने अनुभव किया है, जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, एज अ यूथ होने के नाते मुझे क्या मदद किया आगे बढ़ने में, या फिर क्या मदद करेगा, तो उसकी अगर बात करूं तो मेरे कुछ सजेशन इस तरीके से हो सकते हैं कि जैसे अभी बात हो रही थी ना, किस युवाओं के साथ अच्छे से रिलेशनशिप बिल्ड कर पाएँ या फिर मार्जिनलाइज्ड कम्युनिटी तक कैसे पहुँच पाएँ जिनको हमारी ज़रूरत है। तो जैसे ये होता है ना कि कई बार लैंग्वेज को लेकर हम लैंग्वेज की हम बात करते हैं तो हम जो समझ में आती है, बाकी के लैंग्वेज से जो चीज़ें इंटरनेट पे आप देखो या फिर जो हमारी जो चीज़ें उपलब्ध हैं पढ़ने के लिए हो या फिर कुछ सीखने के लिए हो, सारी चीज़ें या तो इंग्लिश में है या फिर वैसे हिंदी में है जो हमें अच्छे से समझ नहीं आती। तो यदि मैं लैंग्वेज की बात करूँ तो यदि हम बोलचाल की भाषा में जिस तरीके से बातचीत करते हैं, ईज़ी लैंग्वेज हो, इंटरनेट पे उपलब्ध हो सारी चीज़ें, तो एक यूथ को ना अपने से खुद ही पढ़कर समझने में या फिर सीखने में या फिर उनको करियर बिल्डर में काफ़ी मदद जैसे क्या होता है कि यदि
सॉरी
हम
फूला, सॉरी आपको इंटरप्ट करने में, आपकी आवाज फिर से थोड़ा कट रही है। आप माइक के पास थोड़ा आ सकते हैं और थोड़ा स्लो कैन यू स्पीक?
ओके, ओके मैं ट्राई करती हूँ। हाँ, तो अभी मैं ना लैंग्वेज के बारे में बात कर रही थी कि जैसे कि हम जब जो भी हमारे बोलचाल की भाषा है, वो जो इंटरनेट पे चीज़ें उपलब्ध हमारा जो भी पढ़ने-लिखने वाली चीज़ें उपलब्ध है, वो काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्ट हिंदी में हो या फिर इंग्लिश में हो काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्ट होता है। यदि कुछ हम उससे सीखना चाहें खुद से पढ़कर बिना किसी के मदद से, तो वो चीज़ें हम नहीं कर पाते। तो यदि जो भी कंटेंट आप बना रहे हो यूथ के लिए या फिर उनको सिखाना चाहते हो, तो पूरा कोशिश करोगे कि वो सिंपल लैंग्वेज आसानी से समझ में आ जाए, तो काफ़ी एज़ अ यूथ होने के नाते मुझे काफ़ी लगती है, तो लगता है मुझे लगता है कि सारे लोगों को भी इससे मदद मिलेगी। और दूसरी बात ये है कि बहुत सारे लोग जो इंडिया की अ, 67 से 68% तक जो यूथ हैं, वो रूरल इंडिया में रहते हैं। अ जो खासकर हिंदी लैंग्वेज हो या फिर इंग्लिश हो आसानी से नहीं समझ पाते। तो इसलिए फिर ज़्यादा ज़रूरी होता है कि हम जो भी बना रहे हैं उनको ध्यान में रखकर बनाएँ। अ, दूसरा बात ये है कि जैसे हम यूथ तक पहुँचने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो कई बार ऐसा होता है कि जो भी हम प्रोग्राम करवा रहे हैं या फिर कुछ उनके साथ कर रहे हैं, तो ज़्यादातर सिटीज़ में करते हैं, गाँव तक नहीं पहुँचते हैं या फिर यूथ के साथ जाकर टाइम नहीं स्पेंड करते। तो उनको अच्छे से जानने के लिए, उनके साथ अच्छे से दोस्ती करने के लिए या फिर उनको समझने के लिए ये ज़रूरी होगा कि आप जाकर उनके साथ टाइम स्पेंड करो, उनको क्या चाहिए, उनके ज़रूरतों को आप खुद महसूस करने की कोशिश करो, तो शायद आप बेहतर तरीके से समझ पाओगे और उनके लिए जो काम करना चाहते हो, आप अपने काम में सक्सेस हो पाओगे बहुत ज़्यादा। तो और दूसरी बात ये कि जब हम कोई चीज़ डिज़ाइन कर रहे होते हैं, तो हम हमारे दिमाग में चल रहा होता है कि हम यूथ को सोचकर वो चीज़ें करें। और कोई पॉलिसी बना रहे हैं जब ऑर्गनाइज़ेशन को लेकर या फिर जब सरकार भी पॉलिसी बनाती है, तो वो चाहती है कि वो यूथ को लेकर ही काम करे। बट कई बार होता है कि हम उनको ना अपने उस पॉलिसी मेकिंग के जो डिस्कशन होते हैं, उसमें शामिल नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो यदि आप उसमें उनको शामिल कर पाओ, उनकी क्या ज़रूरत है, उसको जानकर चीज़ें कर पाओ, तो काफ़ी हेल्पफुल होगा, हमारे लिए भी और आपके लिए भी। दोनों तरीके से हम दोनों की ज़रूरतों को समझ पाएँगे कि आप क्या चाहते हो हमारे लिए और हम क्या चाहते हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ये जो शायद काम करेगा कि युग को अच्छे से समझने के लिए और उनको तक अच्छे से पहुँचने के लिए। तो मेरे कुछ सजेशन आई होप कि ये हेल्पफुल होगा और जो भी मेरी जर्नी रहा है आज तक एज़ अ एडवाइज़री मेंबर होने के नाते उसके अकॉर्डिंग मैंने चीज़ें शेयर की। तो थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच फूला। एंड वंस अगेन बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स हैं, तो मैं दोबारा से थोड़ा समराइज करती हूँ क्योंकि फूला का इंटरनेट में थोड़ा सा इट्स अ लिटिल बिट चॉपी। आई थिंक फूला ने 3 चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कही थी। एक है लैंग्वेज के बारे में, एंड आई कैन सी दैट मालविका हैज पुट अ कमेंट इन द चैट एज वेल कि ज़्यादातर यंग लोगों को जो ट्रांसलेशन बहुत ही शुद्ध हिंदी में या इंग्लिश में होता है, there is a bit of difficulty in understanding that. So how do we break down language when we're speaking to young people in ways, languages as well as the words and stuff that we're using to make it easy for young people to understand. Dhruv ne bhi is baare mein baat ki thi. Phula also talked about rural young people and about how 67 to 68% of young people live in rural areas in India, and that a lot of our programs or solutions are designed for young people in cities or in peri-urban towns. And so her urge was to people who are working with young people to spend time listening to, spend time with young people in rural areas to understand their lived realities. That will make us design better, which I think is a really important point, and a point that Kanika also made about lived realities and understanding those. And then the final point that she made was around policy making and how for young people to be included in policy making decisions and policy making situations. Phula, ye bahut hi important point tha, and about how that inclusion will make the process more valuable for both young people as well as for policymakers and those of us working in this space. So quick summary, just because of the tech challenges, but thank you very much, Phula, for those points, and thank you very much to Ashraf, Kanika, and Dhruv for a wonderful discussion. I'm taking away a lot of different things. I wanted to just quickly touch on some that I hope are insightful for the room. We talked a lot about adaptability, adapting our processes and solutions to be to match where young people are, to not being too married to those solutions ourselves, and being open to evolution. That was a great point. We talked a lot about safety, about how systems allow us to create safe, trusted ecosystems where both the roles of young people, us as program designers, are very clear. Who's making the decision is very clear, and recognizing that 100% involvement everywhere isn't possible, but ensuring that there is that inclusion and there are boundaries set for a safe relationship, and understanding what that relationship really is, as Ashraf talked about. That was a great learning. We talked a lot about trust again. Kanika's great quote on change moves at the speed of trust, I think, was a really important one. We talked about intergenerational tables when it comes to decision making, and not having separate spaces for young people and separate spaces for the rest of us who are not young, but actually having intergenerational dialogue that allows both people to see and recognize a relationship that's valuable to both of us. And we talked about the fact that a one-size fits all solution doesn't really work, and recognizing the heterogeneity of young people across caste, class, identity means designing multi-channel, sort of pathway solutions to include and acknowledge the different lived realities. So there's a lot to take away. The Dasra team will post in the chat some of the socials and hashtags, and I think there were a lot of great insights and quotes. So please do tag Dasra and use the hashtags and post your insights. We'd love to continue this discussion online as well. There are also a bunch of resources from our panelists that have been posted in the chat. So please do check them out and feel free to use them. So thank you very much to our panelists once again for this engaging discussion. We're now moving into the second and final segment of this session, which is a presentation from the HCD Exchange. HCD Exchange is a knowledge hub dedicated to exploring how human-centered design can improve sexual and reproductive health needs and rights for youth and adolescents. Last year, the HCD Exchange launched a 4-step journey tool to support project teams to better engage young people in their AYSRH programming. This journey follows the project lifecycle and takes inspiration from the mindsets and tools of human-centered design to integrate youth in all steps of a project for a valuable and compelling experience. Today, we'll hear from Rimjim Surana and Susan Towett from the HCD Exchange team about this framework. I'd like to now invite Rimjim and Susan.
Thanks, Aditi. It's good morning, everyone. It's nice to see so many people here. And thanks to Dasra for having us here and giving us the opportunity to present this. Can I move on to the next slide? Yeah. So we thought just before we get into actually taking everyone through the tool that Aditi spoke about, we would start with a little bit of an energizer to keep us going. So if you can see the screen, what you could use the QR code to actually go into the Menti screen or the link in the chat, which I see that Devika has shared. Once you're on that screen, what you will see is a question which says, what can happen when young people are not engaged in youth-focused programming? And I'd just like for everyone to be able to get to that screen and input your responses into the text box below it. And then we'll see the results. So whoever's, I think it's Devika, Suvira, could you please also just share the results screen for the Mentimeter? Yeah, so just giving everyone like a couple of seconds to input your responses so we can see what we've got. We've got some interesting responses. A broken system, young people's needs might not be served and the resources used for the program might be wasted. So ineffectiveness of programming overall. Outcomes may not be relevant to what young people really want. So to realize much later on in a program life cycle that we haven't actually solved for outcomes that were needed. Solutions ending up being non-sustainable. These are all great responses. Ineffective policies and very generic solutions. Young people being disengaged or not having like enough buy-in from young people, tokenism, etc. Okay, thank you so much for doing that, for putting in your responses. I'm going to move on to introducing the tool, which hopefully, I mean, the hope is that it helps solve for some of the challenges that we just saw on the Menti screen. Could we move to the next slide? Sorry, okay. Yeah. So before we start, I'd just like to briefly introduce the HCD Exchange. We are a knowledge hub that is dedicated to exploring how human-centered design can improve adolescent youth sexual and reproductive health. Since 2019, we have convened a global community of practice, which now has over 1,200 members. This is to build this field through information and experience sharing. The HCD Exchange is not a direct implementer for adolescent youth and sexual and reproductive health programming, but instead we play the role to strengthen practitioners' abilities to apply HCD in programs through events, resources, and hands-on technical support. As a project, we have a global team with staff based in India, Kenya, Ethiopia, Ghana, Niger, and the US. We host learning events and skills building workshops in HCD. We produce research and learning products, and we are dedicated to youth engagement in everything we do. We're always looking for partners and collaborators to share their experiences and spotlight their work within our community. This community is also open for anyone to join, and I'd love to invite anyone who might be interested to sign up via a link that we will be sharing towards the end of this presentation. Yeah. Next slide, please. So just for the purposes of this presentation, and I know that we've gone over this once before, but just as a reminder, we will be sharing a resource we launched that helps teams improve how they engage young people in their projects by leveraging human-centered design approaches and mindsets throughout the life cycle of a project. The uniqueness of this resource lies in the fact that it was actually developed, and the development of the resource was led by young practitioners. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more on that, on the origins of the 4-step journey. We have something that we call the Youth Leadership Hub at the HCD Exchange, which is similar to what Dasra has, the Youth Advisory Council. This is made up of a group of young practitioners from across South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa to guide the youth engagement strategy for the community of practice that HCD Exchange convenes. So in 2021, the second Youth Leadership Hub cohort at the HCD Exchange held a series of co-creation workshops with our community members to understand how HCD might be used to bring the principles of meaningful youth engagement to life, particularly around how young people can be better engaged as project team participants or members. After a series of these expert consultations and validation with designers, implementers, funders, and some more young practitioners, they've kind of framed this information into a 4-step journey to guide good quality youth integration in programming. While this tool was created specifically keeping in mind adolescent, youth, sexual and reproductive health programs, it is still applicable for all organizations and projects that engage young people. Next slide, please. So just to give you like a very quick overview, after which I will pass it on to Susan to take us through the steps in detail. The 4-step journey is a practical guide for doing MYE throughout a program lifecycle. It's made up of these 4 steps that you see on the screen. So what came out of those co-creation sessions was essentially the first step being engaging all youth with valuable and compelling opportunities. Second was designing and implementing project solutions centered around empathy with young people. Third was evaluating and iterating on youth engagement as a key indicator for success. And lastly was extending the value and opportunities to youth post-project and post-engagement so that it means something more to their lives as well. And with that, I will pass it on to Susan to take us through each of these steps in more detail.
Thank you so much, Rimjim. And as Rimjim mentioned, the 4-step journey begins from the moment young people are invited to join us in our work, because youth involvement is usually limited to those with access, agency, and exposure to programs. A critical first step is to begin the journey by engaging all youth and reaching out to young people from marginalized communities who authentically represent those for whom the program is designed for. And once youth are invited to participate in your programs, I'm sorry, can you just move on to the next slide? Thank you. So once youth are invited to participate in your program, you need to identify and understand the barriers, both operational and social, that can prevent young people from being able to meaningfully participate. So for instance, to overcome operational barriers, you can compensate youth by paying their transportation costs and adapt to accommodate the time and places that enable them to participate. On the other hand, to overcome social barriers, you can create safe spaces to enable youth participation and acknowledge young people's lived experiences throughout the engagement. The third thing you need to do is articulate the value of young people's participation in your program and how it will contribute to their personal goals, as well as the broader program objectives. And if possible, support your claim with proof of results from a similar context. You may also seek the help of existing allies in the community to advocate for youth participation. Fourthly, you need, sorry, just go back. Fourthly, collaboratively define success with youth. So young people's ideas about what makes an engagement meaningful may differ from how this is defined by a program. And to assess youth engagement, develop robust monitoring and evaluation frameworks in consultation with youth. This may involve like setting indicators that are disaggregated by sex, age, and socioeconomic status, among other things. And last but not least, allocate resources for youth engagement by assigning a portion of the program timeline, program budget, and human resources specifically to youth engagement, and build dedicated resources and capacity required for this commitment. Next slide, please. Step 2 involves empathizing with young people by co-creating and co-designing experiences with them. So first of all, you need to understand power imbalances that may influence participation, such as power dynamics between adults and young people. Finding ways to share decision-making power can be a useful way to address this challenge. And this can even be extended to awareness of our own biases, which may risk affecting working relationships with young people. By noticing biases and their effects, we have the opportunity to promote equity. Secondly, create an inclusive and enabling environment for young people to participate. If young people are engaging with an SRH program for the first time, they may feel apprehensive about suggesting solutions or expressing their ideas. And to mitigate this, programs can use the language that young people are comfortable with using, and also use participatory techniques. In addition, provide chances for independent decision-making and expression of opinions, and have adult support in place to assist when it is solicited. Thirdly, identify opportunities for young people to showcase their skills within the program, for example, by allowing young people to coordinate important tasks, facilitating sessions, and even mentoring others. Next slide, please. Step 3 involves evaluating and tracking youth engagement and iterating as necessary. So first thing you should do here is to facilitate the expression of honest, critical feedback throughout the program cycle. When program teams comprise mainly adults, power imbalances based on age and experience can arise unintentionally. Young people may not feel confident in providing critical feedback to their supervisors or colleagues. And if the young participants are new to the field, they may be inhibited due to their lack of experience. And all these factors can create an environment that prevents young people from voicing their thoughts about the development of a solution or program. And so to facilitate a transparent feedback process, organization can provide options for anonymous feedback and supplement formal feedback with observations and informal conversations. Secondly, ensure that evaluation indicators are consistent with young people's priorities. Sometimes when program activities commence, implementers discover that young people may need help with a completely different SRH issue. If indicators are designed to track only how many young people were engaged, they may not capture where, how often, or how meaningfully the engagement happened. So to mitigate these challenges, allies can co-create indicators with young people, get feedback on how the indicators are measured, and regularly evaluate the relevance of indicators and iterate as per changing priorities. Thirdly, take action on feedback provided by young people. Ensuring that there are structures and processes to incorporate youth feedback is good practice. Showcasing that action has been taken based on feedback provided by young people goes a long way in keeping them inspired and motivated to contribute. Next slide, please. The step 4, which is the final step, involves extending the outcome and value of young people post-engagement. And the first thing you need to do in step 4 is to document and recognize young people's contributions and acknowledge how these contributions have influenced program decisions and outcomes over time. Secondly, learn from young people experiences to make regular adaptations to how meaningful youth engagement is practiced. And to achieve this, organizations and programs can set up feedback structures that capture learnings from young people. This can be used to develop adaptations and improvements to the program on an ongoing basis. And last but not least, deliver on the value and beneficial outcomes established at the beginning of the engagement. Due to organizational limitations and barriers, young people may sometimes not get the mentorship or depth of involvement and opportunities that were initially promised to them, resulting in their expectations not being met. So to ensure you've fulfilled all promises, revisit terms outlined in contracts or MOUs and take feedback from them to identify any unmet expectations. Next slide, please. As a recap, the four-step journey to meaningful youth engagement involves engaging young people who authentically represent those for whom the program is designed for. Step 2, empathizing with young people by co-creating and co-designing experiences. Step 3, evaluating or tracking youth engagement and iterating as necessary. And step 4, extending the outcome and value of young people post-engagement. Next slide, please. In closing, I would like to extend a huge thank you to everyone who joined us for today's session. If you've enjoyed this session with us, I'd like to encourage you to check out the full four-step journey on our website, and we'll share the link in the chat now. For more resources and events like this, you can also sign up to join our community with a link that is shared in the chat. And if you have any questions about the four-step journey to meaningful youth engagement or anything else, you can share them in our online discussion forum. So feel free also to reach out to any of us through the conference platform. We are always happy to meet new people and chat. Thank you again and enjoy the rest of the conference. Back to you, Aditi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan, and thank you, Rimjim. I think the four-step process sounds really interesting, and I think is a really nice structured way for us to think about including young people's voices in our programming. So thank you. And I can see in the chat there are a lot of people interested in becoming part of the HCD Exchange community. So please do use the links in the chat to connect with the HCD team and join the community. Thank you once again. Just before we close, thank you, a huge thank you again to Fula, Ashraf, Kanika, and Dhruv for that wonderful session, and to Susan and Rimjim for taking us through the presentation. This has been a fantastic and inspiring discussion, and I hope it has brought up lots for us to take away into our work going forward. Before we close, inviting you all to please answer a post-session poll that should pop up on your screen right now. And do stick around for our first Joining Hands presentation of the day. Thanks, and back to you, Radhika.
Thanks, Aditi. And thanks, Susan and Rimjim, for the presentation. And thanks, Ashraf, Dhruv, Kanika, Fula, for the very inspiring discussion on the principles and pathways to make young people central to our programs. Also thanking Yashi, Parth, and Sabah for releasing the report with us earlier today. While you're participating in the poll, I'd just like to remind you that if you're posting about the event on social media, you can tag us on Instagram at Dasra India and at Abmeri Bari. The tags are also there on your chat, and you can on Twitter tag us at Dasra. Great. I would now like to invite Pooja from Dasra as well as Kavita from Game of Choice Not Chance for a first joining hands moment of the day. Game of Choice Not Chance is a model for creating fun mobile games where young people discover, explore, learn, and play their way toward becoming empowered choice makers. For joining hands from Dasra team, Pooja is here, who oversees our adolescent programming work and overall operations in the team. Over to you, Pooja.
Thanks, Radhika, and welcome, Kavita. So the Joining Hands initiative is an effort for organizations and initiatives to come together to collaborate, learn, and share more. This collaboration will involve identifying and addressing key issues, sharing knowledge and resources, and supporting each other to solution challenges that are faced by adolescents and young people in underserved communities. Together, Game of Choice Not Chance and the 10-19 community will collaborate to mutually pursue adolescent and young people empowerment by aligning efforts towards key outcomes, including delayed age of marriage, delayed age of first pregnancy, completion of secondary school, and increased agency. As 10-19, we are committed to meeting young people where they are, be it online, digital, or other innovative channels. It is important for us to prioritize young people's needs and understand where young people want to access information and how they want to access information. Today, we are pleased to announce our partner, Game of Choice Not Chance, to collaborate, peer learn, share initiatives, and work with the sector to move the needle on young people's well-being. Handing over to Kavita to share more about this initiative and the partnership.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I'm Kavita Agri. I head Howard Delafield International in India. Now, Howard Delafield International is the company that leads the Game of Choice, Not Chance initiative. The initiative really is about enabling young people, both boys and girls, to get access to sexual reproductive health information, products, and services through immersive role play based mobile games. So this was a challenge that we resolved by enabling, like, how do we get gatekeepers who usually prevent access, who act like barriers to access. So it might be a health worker, it might be a teacher, it might be a parent, it might be an older sibling, a brother who prevents access or acts like a barrier to access for young people. And also, sexual reproductive health matters are like taboo topics, and a lot of young people feel tongue-tied when discussing these things openly. So if we are to kind of really enable young people to discover, explore information on their own, then we feel that the mobile gaming landscape is one of the nicest landscapes because it's entertaining, it's educative, and it provides access to young people. So we are really, really happy to join the 10 to 19 collaborative and to partner with Dasra in order to scale up our game, which is free to download on the Play Store. The game is called Go Nisha Go. It's got a young girl, Nisha, who's 19-year-old, as a protagonist. I would really encourage everybody who's listening in on this to please download Go Nisha Go, My Life, My Choices from Play Store, Google Play Store, and play the game yourself. Because when you play the game, you will understand how young people can navigate their lives. And if you are as a partner, you can get featured in the game and you can come on board to provide access to young people all over India to useful products, services, and information on resources which are useful for them. We have 23 partners, and Dasra is the latest to be on board. So we have 23 partners from sexual health, from menstruation, menstrual health management, from legal, resources for girls, and from consent and other, organizations working on contraception access, consent, providing legal aid for consent, providing menstrual health services, who are already on board. And we really invite you, if you're doing any activity on which is for girls, or boys or young boys, please get in touch with us. And we are so happy to, give you visibility on our platform and access to young people, to your resources through us. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you so much for including me and, helping us join as a partner here.
Thank you, Kavita, and look forward to this collaboration. The name, I know some of you are requesting the name of this app. Details are in the chat. Back to you, Radhika.
Thanks, Pooja and Kavita. And we're really excited for this partnership. Thank you for that. I hope everyone is enjoying the conversation so far. And I would request you that, if you feel that the discussions are useful, please do invite more colleagues and friends to join us today. We will now break for lunch. And we'll start the next session on ensuring safety and protection for children and vulnerable adults at 1 p.m. If we could just wait for the music. So the link will continue. You can choose to stay on the link for this break. Otherwise, if we can just pause the music for just a little while. Sorry. Yes. Okay. So the link will continue. You can choose to stay on the link for this break, or you can log out and come back, but we will start sharp at 1 p.m. So please do join and bring more friends and colleagues to join the discussion. Thank you, and see you in some time. afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good break, and welcome to everyone who's just joined us now. Um, we're just going to give some people some more time to join us back and start in about 10 minutes. So this is just a call for everyone who's taking their breaks to, start wrapping up and coming back to the screen. Give us 10 minutes and we'll start. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our speakers as well for joining us in time. Give us 5 more minutes. We're still, waiting for more people to join us. Let's start at 1:15. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back. Thank you for joining us again. And for those who have just joined us, welcome to Dasra Philanthropy Week. I just want to start with a reminder that this webinar is being recorded. This is so that for some of our partners who could not make it today, they should not have to miss out on the insightful discussions today. But in case there are any challenges that you face, please write to hosts and panelists in the chat box. Before we start, I'd also like to bring on screen our guidelines for the day. And please take a moment to read through what's on the slide. Overall, the request is to participate actively in the chat box and post your questions. However, because of the webinar view and to keep the audio and video clear, we've disabled mics for participants. But please keep posting your questions on the chat box. Also requesting that in the chat box, again, we've shared our child protection policy. Please read through it carefully and please adhere to it. We have young people and children joining us today, and it's imperative that we are all on the same page about the child protection policy. Last reminder before we start, if you are talking about the conversation today on social media, you can tag us on Instagram at Dasra India and at ab.mary.bari on Instagram. You'll also find the tags in chat box. You can also tag us on Twitter at Dasra. Some of the hashtags that you can use are hashtag #AbMeriBari, hashtag YouthKibol, hashtag #ABillionThriving, hashtag Dasra Philanthropy Week. We now move on to our next panel discussion. This is a dialogue on ensuring safety and protection for children and vulnerable adults. To moderate this session, I welcome my colleague Vedika, who looks into the verticals of funder engagement and fundraising within the collaborative and has spearheaded our knowledge building as well as the institutionalization of Dasra's safeguarding policy. Over to you, Vedika.
Thank you, Radhika, and hello, everyone. I will be with you for the next 1 hour and 15 minutes. Of all the jobs available, the most difficult task is to moderate a virtual session on any subject between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. No prizes for guessing why. You've either had a hearty lunch and wish to doze off, or you haven't had lunch and are feeling hungry. Today, I welcome both these categories to the session. Good afternoon. I, Vedika Gupta, work with the 10 to 19 Dasra Adolescents Collaborative. Today's session, entitled A Dialogue on Ensuring Safety stringent and critical topics such as safeguarding, child protection, digital safety, and how we as organizations can effectively and collaboratively build safe spaces for children and young people through organizational mandates. But before we dive deep into the session, I'd like to quickly request all the participants to help us fill out a feedback poll that will be displayed on your screen right about now. We will also have this poll show up at the end of the screen for your feedback. If I can request the Dasra team to please pull that up. Just give us 30 seconds. Yes, it's on. So the question that we have is, how conversant do you feel with policies of child protection, safeguarding, and processes mandated around them? Okay, I see some responses coming in. We'll just request the others to fill it out as well. Thank you. This is very fast engagement, exactly what we wanted. Okay, I think it'll be on for another 20, 30 seconds. Great, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we can have the poll off now. Now, coming back to the session, one of the key words in this title is the word dialogue. A heads up, as moderator, you will hear me repeat it multiple times today. This is because to make any tangible progress in any field, you will find a dialogue or a discussion is always more effective than a myopic approach or a one-way street. And so, to initiate this dialogue, I would like to extend a warm welcome to my colleague Pooja, who will guide us on the significance of implementing a safeguarding policy with an overview of Dasra's safeguarding policy and a quick word cloud activity. Over to you, Pooja.
Thank you, Vedika, and hello to everyone present today. Like Vedika said, I'd like to start us off with an activity, right? So when all of you hear the word safeguarding, what is the first phrase or word that comes to your mind? Think of this and please fill in this word or phrase, either by scanning the QR code that's on your screen right now, or there will be a link that is posted on the chat that you can click on to fill this in. So the prompt is, when you hear the word safeguarding, what is the first word or phrase that comes to your mind? You can see the QR code on the screen. I'm also going to request the Dasra team to paste the Menti link in the chat. I see that we're getting some initial responses. So please continue sending in your responses, everybody. We will also present the word cloud shortly. The link is in the chat. So all you need to do is just click on it and it will take you to the link to fill in the word or the phrase. So we are seeing some words coming in: safety, protection, safe spaces, consent, security, young people. Please continue sending in your responses. It's great to see that all of us are thinking in the right direction when we think about the word safeguarding. Prevent harm, formal systems, support, accountability, how to make children feel safe. Excellent. So let's kind of continue filling this word cloud. It'll be great to hear from the rest of you as well who just joined. So I think from this word cloud, what is obvious is that we all are thinking in the right direction. We all have an understanding of what safeguarding means. Now let's look at what the formal definition of safeguarding really is. Safeguarding means taking all reasonable steps to prevent harm, particularly sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment from occurring, to protect people, especially vulnerable adults and children, from that harm, and to respond appropriately when harm does occur. So what we're hoping to do in today's session is really unpack this definition, right? What does it mean for an organization to have some of these mandates? What does it mean for us to take this into the communities that we work with? And what does it also mean for each of us to make this part of an organization, not just as a compliance, but something that really is part of our ethos? A safeguarding policy is important in any organization because it outlines the organization's commitment to protecting the people it works with from harm, such as physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, neglect, or exploitation. The policy sets out clear guidelines for preventing and responding to incidents of safeguarding concerns and provides a framework for all of us, whether it's staff, volunteers, or partners, to report and address any potential risks. Having a safeguarding policy in place can help create a safe and respectful work environment, build trust and confidence with stakeholders, and ensure that the organization is meeting its legal and ethical obligations. Ultimately, a robust safeguarding policy can help an organization maintain its credibility and ensure that it is fulfilling its mission to serve vulnerable populations with integrity and compassion. While Dasra started off on this journey of really understanding and unpacking what safeguarding means, we also realized that there are a lot of related concepts: child protection, prevention of sexual harassment policies, etc. And what we've learned through this journey is there are very important differences between all of these policies. While safeguarding policies cover all individuals, child protection policies focus on particularly children. prevention of sexual harassment policies focus on preventing and addressing harassment in the workplace. Thus, while all these policies share a common goal of creating a safe and respectful environment for all stakeholders, it is imperative for us to have a robust safeguarding policy in place that leaves no vulnerable group behind and ensures safety and protection for all individuals. Dasra's vision reflects the nation we aspire, a transformed India where 1 billion thrive with dignity and equity. It was therefore vital that the organization has a central instrument of robust safeguarding mandates, which are based on the principles of enabling safety, protection, and secure participation of children and young people in all engagements. We as an organization are on this learning journey to strengthen these mandates and hope that conversations like today will enable us and the sector and at large to share and learn from each other to strengthen these practices. I'm now handing it back to Vedika to open our panel where we will discuss this in depth. Back to you, Vedika.
Thank you, Pooja, for that succinct overview and activity. And thank you, participants. You've already done a superb job of giving this topic depth. Moving on now, I'd like to dive straight into our panel discussion for today. We are joined by 4 panelists, and we will hear from them about their different journeys, priorities, and mandates in all their work. We have Aditi Sachdeva, founder of Sarvpaksh and co-founder of AConnect. Welcome, Aditi. We have Jayanti Pushkaran, Senior Program Officer from Empower. Hi, Jayanti. Thank you for joining us. We have Leena Kejriwal, founder of Save Missing Girls. Welcome, Leena. And we have Rudrani Das Gupta, Global Safeguarding Manager from Girl Effect. Hi, Rudrani. Hi. Yeah. I'm so glad you could all make the time to join us today, and I'm particularly looking forward to how each of you from your diverse backgrounds are going to approach this topic and give it your unique spins. Also, a few requests from my end. I request you all to speak slowly as we have sign language interpreters and language translators who will need the time for translations, and also that we are sort of running on a tight timeline. So if I do come in to give you a quick, gentle time check, I hope you won't mind. So I'll start us off now. I want to start off with a bit of a, if I may call it, a rapid fire question, which I'd like to pose to all of you. According to you, how should organizations approach safeguarding rather than simply including a checklist of requirements to promote cultures and practices of safety and protection? And of course, this could be within their own organization and also within the communities that they work with. So Aditi, if I could request you to go for it first.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, you'll have to excuse me a bit. I have a bad throat, but I'm going to try and take this easy and clear. I hope I'm audible to everyone at the moment. I come from a background in law. I'm a lawyer and a human rights background in development sector. And in my work, where I've advised organizations on building their safeguarding policies or working on mandates across the women and child rights spectrum, the one learning in terms of approaching safeguard that comes in is to understand that just having a policy in place or having a checklist in place doesn't mean that you have the whole safeguard mandate very well laid out. It's a crucial pillar of building on the safeguard responsibility, but that's what all it is. It's a crucial pillar. To make it more robust, you need to approach it with the reality that it is that law tells us, law reminds us constantly that protecting children is everybody's responsibility. It is not just you as an organization or me as an individual, it is all of us put together. It is not a lonesome journey for an organization. We're all a part of ecosystem. And the day we understand that it is not resting solely on our shoulders and that we work together to execute this, that's the first part of the approach that one really needs to absorb. Now, having said that, it means that it takes a village to really build and provide a network of care. And we are just part of that village. Now, with that thought understood, the next practical extension of this approach is to really think and articulate the values that you stand for as an organization, how those values really fit in to the work that you do, and how uniquely you are placed into protecting children within that sphere of work that you do. I will elaborate on this point very shortly, but I'm just sort of laying out the approach here first. Once that idea of values, and a lot of organizations across the spectrum, whether new organizations, whether ones which have been established for all, everybody at some point does engage in this activity of identifying what they stand for. So all in safeguarding, we just take that one step ahead and we say, how, as in the work, in the bespoke fitting of our projects, how do we extend that protection uniquely in the work that we do? And once that is established, we look at how we are proportionately able to do this, and what are the resources we are able to deploy. This essentially means that every organization will differ in the scope and detail of how they rule out safeguarding. But it does not mean that there is any difference in the value and responsibility that law and that, us from an ethical point of view, look at safeguarding. To elaborate on this in the sense, in terms of an example, for example, if you were an organization that works, say, sports, for instance, you're working in training children or young adults in some sport, how could you look at it from the value-based protective lens of the work that you do? You talk to them. Are they comfortable in the gear that you've provided them? Are the skirts or the pants, for instance, fit comfortably? You as an organization are providing for that, right? Are the grounds well lit? Is this infrastructure up to date? These are all unique points that make you individually well placed to feed into the safeguarding policy. So here's how I'll quickly wrap up and break this down. So you have the approach. Approach can have a legal component, which is provided to you by the law, is absolutely essential for you to understand the confines of what you're operating in. It provides you codes, generically speaking, which are acceptable behaviors, not behaviors, procedures, redressal mechanisms, all of that is given. But then the practical piece, the meat really comes in, that how do you give life to this law? It's through your uniquely placed understanding of your values, of the work that you bring in. You talk to the communities that you work with. You onboard their concerns. You bring in what you do. So it's a feed in, feed out continuum. And the approach to safeguarding doesn't stop there. It's exactly what it is, a feed in, feed out continuum. It goes on, even if you have the framework in place. So that's how I see this. I see the mandate of safeguarding to be executed by organizations as.
Thank you so much, Aditi. Jayanti, if you would want to go next on how just organizations can promote cultures of safety and protection through safeguarding mandates.
Thank you. Hi, I'm so thrilled to be on this panel, and thank you for starting conversation on such an important theme. I agree that child safeguarding is a process that requires multifaceted approach, while checklists and policies can be helpful, but they're not sufficient on their own. So as a funder, Empower occupies two spaces. One is grant making, and secondly, when we directly work with young people. So what I'll be sharing today is our learning from our own experiences from the field and our learning from the sector. The first one is grant making. It's better to embed safeguarding in the due diligence process. And as a policy, we require grantees to have a comprehensive child safeguarding policy, not just as a list of requirements, but a comprehensive guide that outlines organizations' commitment to child safeguarding and outlines the steps that will be taken in an event of safeguarding incidents. This is our first step towards ensuring that safeguarding is addressed throughout the life cycle of a program that's being supported throughout the partnership. The second space where we work directly with young people, for instance, an advisory council or girl-led programs or initiatives, one of the important points to keep in mind is that young people's context keep changing in different settings. Therefore, safeguarding needs to be a live conversation beyond what is already documented as a policy. It's important for organizations to approach child safeguarding as a continuous process rather than just one-time checklists. We have seen that, we need to take a partnership approach where we discuss safeguarding related aspects right from the beginning of an initiative program. First of all, with young people, partner staff and other stakeholders to understand and address the specific context of risk, challenges that they navigate in different settings. So this approach differs from a very top-down disciplinary approach, but also, holding space for these discussions is a first step towards shifting that power and helps in building collective commitment, expertise, and accountability towards the processes. So these are some bits from our experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jayanti. If I can come to you, Leena, for your answer, please.
Hi, thanks for having us here. Like everybody, appreciate totally. This is a very important conversation. So what I'll do something similar. I'm going to talk about how we deal with it, because Aditi's given us the overview and Jayanti spoken more on the grants angle. What I'm going to talk about is about we are actually invested in in protection. We are an anti-trafficking organization. So that's our work. We are working on prevention of sex abuse and exploitation. So this works for us, child rights and policies, not just a policy. It's something which we are living and breathing day in and day out. So at that level, the team is totally invested in child rights, safety. They know all about, they follow all the mandates, and they are very sensitive to the issue, to the point because we are working on prevention of sex abuse and exploitation. So our sensitivity of that issue is really heightened. So we are working on one side, the team is of course as invested, but at the other side, when we're talking about communities, our work on the ground level is in Sundarbans. So I'm just going to give you a little insight what happens in rural areas. There, though these policies and all are there in place, but accessibility and knowledge is really low. So we have an awareness and safety school program. So the program itself has embedded these understandings. So we are making it accessible for children in the remotest areas and the most vulnerable areas of the country. Because Sundarbans is accounting for, West Bengal is accounting for 44% of India's trafficking and trafficking victims, which is of course the extreme form of sex abuse and exploitation. So we also see a lot of other cases which come under that, right? So there's rape and there's other violence which happens before that. So our program makes it bridges that accessibility gap. It's actually teaching the children how to identify what they're going through, the risks they are facing, and they're able to say, they were able to call out, they're able to reach help. So, so in a way, we are kind of working on this inside out. And we have to do that, like I was saying, as part of our program. So child rights is an intensive part, and it should be, and for any organization working with children the way we are. And it doesn't remain a policy itself, right? It's something which we have to really make it really physical and tangible day in and day out in this space. And that's what we do.
Thank you so much, Leena. Just a quick note again to all speakers, just to kind of speak a little slower, I think, because it just, that's absolutely fine. I just wanted to come in as a check-in again. But over to you, Rudrani. Just would like to hear from you as well.
Thank you, Vedika. I think it's quite a tall order following such brilliant activists and professionals, but I shall try and do my best. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rudrani, and I'm the Global Safeguarding Manager at Girl Effect. And to quickly answer your question, Devika, I think for me and for the work that I do currently with Girl Effect, I think safeguarding for us is more of a journey. It's more of an aspirational journey that moves from mere compliance, a mere sort of a checkbox exercise, moving towards a more aspirational, culture-based look at safeguarding. How do we make safety, safeguarding, well-being, and protection an organizational culture, right? Regardless of which organization or which communities we are working with, right? So I think one of the first things that I think is of supreme importance is to introduce a culture of safeguarding across all teams within an organization, right? So when you have charities or when you have NGOs, there are multiple teams working on, on whether it's HR, whether it's legal, whether it's programs and fundraising and donor relationships. You have various functions across a team. But how do we create or how do we build safeguarding as a cross-cutting function, right? So I'll give you a quick example. And this is an organization-specific example, which I'm sure a few of you will identify with. So safeguarding for us also involves working with our HR teams to ensure that, for example, the people that we are bringing on board, right, or the people that we are hiring also align in a certain way to the organizational values and ethics of working with children and young people, right? So safeguarding also includes safe recruitment, for example, right? For example, when we are partnering with various organizations, whether from a donor perspective or from an implementation perspective, we also ensure that our partnerships are safeguarded or safe, right? And how do we do that? We do that through rigorous onboarding, rigorous due diligence, and sort of a rigorous ongoing conversation around safeguarding youth participation and youth well-being when we do, work with partners that we haven't worked with before. So we try and bring in safeguarding across all functions of an organization, sort of building that culture, right? So that's, I think, one thing that I think is a great practice. The second thing is, I think, something that everyone's already spoken about is how do we build a collective duty of care when it comes to working with children and young people, right? A duty of care to do no harm, intentionally or unintentionally, with the people, the young adults or vulnerable adults that we are working with, right? And looking at it as everybody's responsibility. It's not just the safeguarding team who need to sort of, constantly be vigilant about what's going on within the organization or with programs. It is as much as a responsibility of an HR professional. It is as much a responsibility of a programs professional as it is of a partnership team member, right? So sort of, and how do we do that? And this is not just an abstract statement. We do that through function/team specific training, right? We work with all the teams within an organization to try and build in safeguarding. How does safeguarding look in your daily role, right? What is safeguarding for an HR person? What is safeguarding for a programs person, right? It differs. It differs for every single person. So sort of moving beyond looking at safeguarding as just a tiny unit trying to be the safeguarding police of an organization. So I think that's the second bit that I wanted to highlight. And lastly, since most of us are working with young people or children, how do we build in young people's agency and the agency of the community members that we work in within our safeguarding work, right? So I'll give you like a quick example. So since Girl Effect works across countries, we work in India, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Kenya. So I'll give you a quick example from our Tanzanian team, and they were working with community radio stations, right? Around sort of spreading awareness around SRHR topics. So what our Tanzanian team did was they sort of worked with the representatives of the community radio organizations and sort of built in safeguarding from point zero. I think something that, again, some of my panelists also mentioned about bringing in safeguarding, not from stage one, but from stage zero, right? Bring in safeguarding from the time an initiative or a program is being conceptualized. Don't bring in safeguarding as a reactive sort of function when something goes wrong. Okay, oh, there's a safeguarding allegation, the safeguarding team needs to swoop in. No. What are the measures, processes, and protocols you're building in even before the life cycle of a project starts, right? So that you're not blindsided when something goes wrong, right? So I think with that, I'll sort of conclude and hand it over to you, Vedika. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. All the points are very insightful and informative. So thank you. The questions that will follow now are more central to your niches and how they can tie into centering all our work around safeguarding and moving towards prevention, protection, and agency. So I have to come back to you, Rudrani. My first question is for you. From your experiences in digital safety, human rights, child protection spaces from over a decade, when considering the measures taken by organizations to guarantee the execution of these policies, what implications does this have for youth-led organizations, particularly in the digital realm?
Thank you, Vedika. So I'll try and divide my answer into like two little boxes. So first I'll talk about what are some of the things that youth-led organizations can do in order to sort of stay ahead, right? And sort of stay on point when it comes to safeguarding, especially in digital spaces, which is still a very, very nascent and emergent sort of concept, not just in India, but globally, really. So I think one of the first things that I would talk about is tracking and monitoring. And when I talk about tracking and monitoring, I'm talking about the onus on youth-led or youth organizations to track trends and developments across the digital and technological landscape, right? Day by day, newer platforms are coming up, newer tech is being invented and implemented, very often with very little sort of market research and due diligence, and sort of subjecting millions of global youth populations to it, right? So as organizations, the onus is on us to stay on board, right? This includes we constantly aware of what are the changes that are happening, what are the newer forms of tech, aka also newer forms of abuse and harm pathways that are being built every day. So I'll give you a quick example. How many of us have heard of the term brigading when it comes to digital spaces? How many of us, right? So brigading is a form of online abuse and cyberbullying, right? What is brigading? It is when it is a targeted group harassment towards someone who's expressed a certain opinion on an online forum, and basically a group of users collectively decide to downvote or sort of bring down that opinion by sort of coordinating a mass attack, cyberbullying attack on that person. So, and
sorry,
that
yes,
yes,
could you repeat the term? Just
brigading.
Brigading?
Yeah,
Okay.
BRIGADING.
Okay,
right?
thank you. Yeah.
And there are some, of course, more common terms. For example, doxing, right? Where someone's personal details are being published on public forums and to encourage people to go and harass them, right? So here I was just trying to make a point as to there are newer forms of harm and abuse that are literally coming up as we speak. So as organizations, we need to know what's happening. What are the newer forms of tech? What are the newer forms of social media interaction that young people are using? And what we can do to be aware of what's happening. I'm not necessarily looking at it from a doom and gloom perspective, right? Tech is also bringing for greater forms of accessibility, right? But the point is we need to be aware. And I think, especially for the NGO sector in India, I do feel that this is quite a gap, right? Digital awareness is not just about Facebook and Instagram anymore. It's so much more. So I think that's my first point. The second commitment that I do think young organizations or youth organizations have to lead is around capacity building and training. Now, these are terms that I think are used ad nauseum in every NGO discussion, capacity building. But what am I talking about when I mean capacity building? I'm talking about developing techno-legal capacity within organization and team members, looking at data privacy laws, looking at data policies, looking at what big tech is doing. All of us are dependent on Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn and all these big tech giants. But do we really know what their policies are? Do we really understand the legal implications of putting our data and the data of young people online, right? So like a quick example again, when we sort of build consent forms, right, for our research participants or for young people who will be photographing or filming, we always include, and this is non-negotiable, we always include clauses on withdrawal of consent, that if at any point you want your data to be sort of withdrawn from the scope of this project, you can do so without it affecting your relationship with us and without it negatively and without giving us a reason. Right? Another example, we always try and include how long we will be storing a person's data with the organization, right? So sort of building that capacity among team members, among people who will be working with young people. Do we understand the IT rules in our in our country, right? Are we tracking these sort of technical and legal developments? It sounds like a big lift, but it's definitely a commitment that we need to take because a lot of our work is now going into digital spaces, right? That's the second bit, especially if you're working with big tech, right? Big tech companies keep on updating their policies, relying on the opaque nature of the language and hoping that most people will not go through it, right? But that's something that we need to do. Second, Avedika, please feel free to cut me if you think I'm rambling or something.
All good up till now.
The third thing that, again, which I have briefly referred to, as have the other panelists, is about built-in safeguarding, right? So if you're developing digital products, right, you have to build in safeguarding. Now, what does this mean? Okay, I'll give you an example. With Girl Effect, the organization that I'm currently working, we do have chatbots. Okay, we have chatbots called Bol Behan in India, and we have Big Sis, right, which is a more global chatbot, which sort of gives young women information around sort of sexual reproductive health services and so on and so forth, right? Now, the chatbot has been trained to pick up any sensitive or safeguarding comments that users might send in, right, and automatically flag them to back-end monitors such as myself and other other team members, right? So they get automatically flagged, right? It's not that we go in a month later to check what are the comments that have come in on the chat bot and be like, oh, there was a sensitive comment. No, it's not reactive. We try and make it proactive, right? Another example, we have something called technology-enabled girl ambassadors, where young women are trained as researchers to research on topics relevant in their communities, right? They record sort of responses and data on an app called the Tega app, right? Now the Tega app has built-in safeguarding mechanisms. There's a help button, an SOS button, which a researcher can press if she feels unsafe, right? And automatically that button alerts. If someone presses the button, a safety officer is immediately alerted. Someone who's physically placed to go and help the researcher out. So basically building in functional safety elements into our products and into the platforms that we're using digitally, right? So that's the third bit. The fourth bit that I know, again, I have sort of spoken about before, is building greater youth participation and sort of trying to move beyond tokenism. And again, this is, again, quite a buzzword, moving beyond tokenistic youth participation, but it's something we really have to consider. And how can we do that, right? What about hiring young people in various capacities? Are we hiring 20, 21-year-olds as advisory board members, right? Not as volunteers, mind you. Are we compensating young people for their time? Or are we just bringing them on as unpaid interns, right? So sort of building in meaningful youth recruitment in the work that you're doing, because there's no one better placed than young people to evaluate risks that they might encounter. Getting young people to review risk assessments and review sort of risk mitigation plans, because they're best placed to do it. Their grasp on tech is way better than than someone like me or any of us, for example, right? So that the last bit, Devika, how many minutes/seconds do I have left with me?
I think another 30, 40 seconds.
Oh, good. The last bit that I want to talk about is, of course, building safe spaces online, right? Now, if we are going to be creating spaces for young people to interact online, right, then do we have adequate moderation? One, right? Do we have trained continuous moderators who are working in these spaces to ensure that rules are not being flouted, that young people are not being bullied, trolled, harassed, doxxed, right? That they have thoughtful, sensitive responses to the questions that young people might be putting up, right? For example, we have a closed Facebook group called Bug Gang, right? Bug Gang has constant moderation. We have paid moderators who are trained and sensitive to respond to what young people are asking for. Young women especially are talking about, especially when it comes to matters around sexual and reproductive health, right? Are we building partnerships with other youth-friendly services? For example, youth-friendly services that talk about birth control or sexual reproductive health or mental health, right? Are we building these partnerships so that we can then signpost or link young people who would ask you for such help? Now, if a young person comes and asks me for mental health advice in a professional capacity, I'm not empowered to offer it. And if I do offer it, I'll be doing a disservice, right, to the young person. But then how should I be prepared to be able to link that young person to vetted, known services that can provide them with that expertise, right? So online service signposting/linkage is also a big part of digital work, especially digital work with young people. I think I have mostly covered what I wanted to. Yes, yeah, I think that's it. Happy to sort of hear or take any questions, if any. Thanks. Thank you, Vedika.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Radrani. I think all those pointers were extremely pertinent and helpful. I want to sit with those thoughts and move on to our next speaker, Jayanti. Jayanti, you had mentioned in an interview previously that the power of ideas is only realized when you follow it up with a realistic plan. And we heard at the onset of the discussion that safeguarding as a mandate cannot be institutionalized alone. It's not a lonely journey, like Aditi mentioned. So in your role as a funder, how do you see the potential for increased collaboration and alignment among funders to facilitate the implementation of safeguarding measures by any organization? And it would be really helpful if you could give us specific examples of how you're using funds, investments, maybe mentoring, maybe coaching to support this.
Sure. In our role as funder, the main focus and the main learning is to create an enabling environment for the implementation of safeguarding. We have to walk the talk. So at Empower, we have our own safeguarding policy for children and young people, which is our guidepost and commitment to protecting and safeguarding children and young people involved in our programs that we fund. These policies also inform Empower staff, directors, consultants, volunteers of the practices to follow when working with young people in order to minimize risk, and as well as the steps to take when they learn about a safeguarding incident. In order for this to be a continuous process, safeguarding training is a part of our recruitment and onboarding process. Now, talking about when we make grants, we have integrated safeguarding into the grant making cycle itself, from assessing proposals to monitoring and supporting safeguarding once funding has been approved. And also responding to safeguarding concerns reported by grantees. There are a variety of instruments for this, starting right from grantees requiring a comprehensive child safeguarding guide and policies for the program. Secondly, providing funding to grantee partners for developing and refining their own safeguarding measures, including staff training, funding the development of policies and procedure, and strengthening of their own safeguarding practices. As a funder, we feel it's important to hold space for peer-to-peer knowledge exchange through collaboration among grantee partners, through supporting trainings for organizations to build their capacity to implement safeguarding measures. This includes providing access to experienced safeguarding professionals who can support the development of policies and procedures in NGOs. We are also a part of Funders Collaborative, where we share knowledge from the ground, from the evidence from our programs, and we constantly deliberate and co-create. And we recognize that we're still in a learning curve. Secondly, when we directly work with young people, in the past 21 years, our programs have been a vehicle to meaningfully involve young people as experts, as decision makers, researchers, and an important stakeholders in initiatives, such as Girls Advisory Council, other girl-led programs, and participatory action research that's led by girls. We have consciously chosen a bottom-up participatory approach to safeguarding. In order to make it power shifting and intentional, what we do is to invite different stakeholders to contribute in creating and improving safeguarding measures, and also to create a culture of transparency and accountability towards the processes. I would like to take two recent examples. In a program guide that we are currently developing for a girl-centered program called The Learning Community, which is a vibrant group of local grantee partner organizations, mentors, and girls, we invited girls, training staff, mentors from the previous years to constitute an editorial board to author the program guide. And this process helped in capturing, very different insights for thinking about safeguarding. Most importantly, to understand young people's vision of safeguarding, which is not just limited to physical harm, abuse, neglect, but they also brought attention to making training centers safe and inclusive spaces where they feel heard and seen, how we value their time, how we remunerate their inputs and participation. They brought in the need for a right-based approach versus a protectionist approach. They argued that training should involve talking about what their rights are, who they can reach out to, where they should go and read about, what kind of resources are required. These are important insights when you design a program. When we spoke to mentors and field staff, they talked about the importance of having safeguarding related reading materials and everything available in local language, a translated version and not just in English, which is available in most of the organization. And the result of this process was an entire chapter written by young people and mentors on risk management and risk mitigation. With their own templates and tools that they can easily access and use. So these discussions really help in thinking about building a holistic safeguarding plan. Secondly, it also helps in creating a feedback loop throughout the program. In 2021, when we funded a girl-led participatory action research called COVID in Her Voice report, which all of you should definitely read, as a part of this research, safeguarding was an integral part of the process and intentionally covered in the training of the girl researchers. We allocated allowances for each girl to secure like a safety kit, included sanitizers, masks, gloves, etc. Their travel expenses from the community center to the field were covered. One staff member was designated from each grantee partner organization and was established as a point of person to address any concern that girl researchers had. Additionally, researchers were requested to avoid clicking photos of research participants without their consent. And we had check-ins at each step of that training and research journey to ensure that any potential risks were identified and mitigated. What we learned through these processes was that the needs can often change. And while the long view for safeguarding is essential, we need to ensure that the processes allow for flexibility. It has to be dynamic. This flexibility is what can allow us to be responsive to the advice that we receive from girls, our partners and community members, and enable us to meet the needs that they have articulated. And these were, these pivots were possible because of the girls and partner staff shaping the safeguarding process itself. So what I want to say is that we start from a place of not what is missing, but how we can capitalize on the strength of all the stakeholders to make this process dynamic, responsive, and continuous.
Thank you, Jayanti. It is evident that we need to take an honest, radical, and critical look at both our organizations and ourselves from the inside out to have these policies implemented effectively. So thank you so much for that. And with that, I want to come to you, Aditi. As we just heard, that funders and givers also must ensure that their investments are used in compliance with legal regulations and standards for safeguarding. And with your experience in legal advisory, public policy, and human rights, what can various stakeholders do to create systems that simply align with the country's safeguarding mandates with ease?
Thanks, Vedika. That's a very relevant and important sort of overarching question to tie the thoughts that my fellow panelists, Rudrani and Jayanti, have brought forth. And I'm going to, take a few minutes to step back and break down this whole piece because safeguarding really, there's one talking about digital space, somebody's talking about what's happening on ground with funders, somebody's talking about what's happening internally. So it can get very overwhelming. But let's take a step back and try to break this down as simply and how can come in compliance with the country's laws. So before we get into really what needs to be done, like a to-do list, it's important to understand what systems are we looking at here. Here's the first one. First is the absolute basic, necessary, essential sort of paperwork compliance, for the want of a better word. You have a whole plethora of laws in the country which lay out the responsibility of protecting children and vulnerable adults. You have the POCSO, the Prevention of Children from Sexual Offences Act. You have the POSH, like we discussed, the Prevention of Sexual Harassment at the Workplace. You have the Disabilities Act, you have constitutional rights, fundamental rights for all age groups, you have the RTE, there's a whole bunch of laws which you might feel are, we're not talking about sexual abuse, we're not talking about harm, but what is really harm? It could be just about anything, and your word cloud really pointed that out at the beginning, that it could be just anything that causes a deviation or a discomfort to a child or an entity. So this first piece, first system, that is the basic necessary system, will help us outline that. And for that, we really look to the law, decoding the law, and that's where the legal understanding and exposure really comes in and makes the difference. The laws also provide the frameworks on how you identify such situations, who the situation is applicable to, who's responsible for rolling it out. And pretty much everybody, as I said, it's an ecosystem thing. Everybody has its role to play in that. And in the forums where these things get addressed. So what are the kind of right behaviors, the wrong behaviors? There's a generic understanding, a template that you draw from the law, the stipulations of the law. Having said that, and I'd repeat myself from what I'd said in the beginning, this is just a framework. How you really give life to it is through the following systems. And my fellow panelists have touched upon that in some way or the other. One is the second system we are not talking about is the preventive system. So here, what can be done in the first place to prevent harm from taking place? So we've spoken about risk assessment of projects right from the start, from the very thought of, when you conceive it, or if you're already in the middle of a project, you're thinking about what can be done to make a new activity that you've planned a little better. So risk assessment broadly is one piece. Now, the law doesn't tell you that you use this framework for risk or that framework. That's what you're drawing from your experience or your the systems that you already follow in an organization. The moot point here being is that you need to do a thorough risk assessment of what function you're operating upon and have that all laid out, keeping in mind the values and the ethos that you have laid out in the previous system category. So the other part is due diligence. Jayanti already touched upon that as funders. When we are onboarding partners, are these people, are these bunch of people, those who share the same kind of value system, who do the same kind of work? Are their processes all in place as we need? Now, again, due diligence can be financial, project, organizational, tax works, whatever. There is no standard template. Again, it is through our experience that we build on this piece. Some organizations might already have it in place. We're okay to work with that. And if there are any gaps or things, it's a dialogue. We can ask for it and adapt it to the requirements here. So it's not etched in stone in that sense. Some of the other pieces could be, again, we've touched upon training and capacity building. Now it's techno-legal training. It's preventive. You're telling people, informing them, empowering them with knowledge. That this is wrong, this kind of behavior is uncomfortable, or if an incident like this happens, where do you go, what do you do? Just laying out there. We're not waiting for something to happen, we're just preparing them. So it's prevention and sort of proactivity in that sense. You're building those systems in. The recruitment process at the outset, again, that's something that's been touched upon. That's very much, it's a cross organizational function. It's not something that squarely falls under, but it has a deep impact on how you view safeguarding and how you roll it out. So that was the second system. The third system is that of reaction or response. It's a reactive piece. So now an incident has taken place, it's come to your knowledge because of all the work that has been invested in informing your constituents, whether it is the community or your internal stakeholders who are working. They know that that an incident has taken place. What do you do next? Is it something now here, even in the reaction piece, and part of the training that you've probably given previously would also be a proportionate response. Is it something that has come to you? You've just heard about it. Are you not sure of what has happened? Do you really need to go directly to the police? To start the rescue process? Or is it so there is a port of call, which is why you have you typically appoint a safeguarding officer, somebody who has accountability, or that one port of call where you can go to it's really overwhelming for any even a staff member to know about all the laws, to know about all the processes, and therefore you when we go to the next system, we'll kind of elaborate on that more. But this system within, the larger safeguarding framework of an organization will speak to that. It is going to be where access to justice really starts in that sense. Now, all the systems now, POSH has its own system, right? But there's only a certain group of complainants that can access that, internal or external, as long as it has happened in the confines of the workplace. Now, POXO, whether it's a news that has come to you from people you're working with on ground, a child has come to you, or you've observed something, there are sort of slightly differentiated ways on how you approach a situation. This part of the system will be robust. You draw extensively from the law, but you build in that sensitivity, through your practice, internal practice and culture, where it becomes easier to respond to such situations in a timely, sensitive manner. The fourth system how long do I have, Vedika? Then I can say
I think, another like 30-40 seconds, Aditi.
Okay, I'll be really.
And if I can also just request, just to like speak a little slower, because our translators are having a bit of a technical issue.
Okay, I'll do
yeah,
that. Sorry.
That's fine, absolutely fine.
So the fourth system is that of accountability. Now, again, it is an overarching system. This is such a extensive mandate, and that it requires the kind of embedding into the organization that yes, you need a senior leader from within the organization to take reins on this matter. So like you can go and check from a corporate governance point of view, are our governance practices as an organization right? Financial practices, again, ties back to even how your funder interactions take place, or your recruitments take place, or the trainings that you do. It's an overarching function, and having somebody anchor this function makes a big difference into really embedding it into the organization. And the fifth system here, I would say, is that of partnerships and effective communication. Again, my fellow panelists have touched upon it very deeply, but it's very important how all these ethos are actually rolled out both into the communities that we work in and within the organization. Like, what are the best practices that you can send out? How are we recording data? What is our online communication policy? Is it saying the same thing in the same manner as we should, really, as we're projecting ourselves offline on the ground? So that seamless thread, that common thread, actually comes from this overarching safeguarding policy. And these are broadly the 5 systems. I would say that if we focus on building these systems, both independently and interdependently, we would have a very solid frame to rely on and keep building, because as I said, it's a feed in, feed out continuum.
Oh, thank you so much, Aditi. I feel like processes and legal hurdles, for some reason, are always daunting. So your input will go a long way in making a dent in that seemingly insurmountable hurdle. So thank you so much. Now, I'd like to, in this moment, pose for a quick photograph of the 4 panelists. If I can please request someone from the Dasra team to quickly take a screenshot. The reason why I wanted to do this, and the reason why we did this, was because on this day, the 21st of February in 1947, the first instant Polaroid camera was invented and photograph clicked. With that, I would like to move on to our last speaker of the panel, Leena Kejriwal, who is a photographer and a social artist in the space of prevention, protection, and agency.
Yeah.
So Leena, from your experience on ground, and after discussing the gaps, challenges, compliance regulations, and investment associated with safeguarding in the sector, what approaches are effective or ineffective for more specialized NGOs seeking to establish empathetic systems to address these issues in vulnerable communities such as those that you specialize in?
Great question. Thank you so much. And there's so much out here on governance, processes, systems. I'm going to come from this in a very, very space, like I'm going to talk like an artist, because I've actually come here because I'm totally invested in child safety. And that's the reason why I'm called a social artist. And that's when I became an activist and somebody working on. So that's been my motto. And our motto is, why wait for a child to get trafficked to save them? And out here, we're talking about trafficking is, of course, the extreme form of abuse. But before that, sex abuse and exploitation, they are all steps to actually children getting trafficked. So we are within this space. So I'm just going to talk about what we are seeing today on ground especially post-COVID, talking about the digital space, talking about the fact that India has got the highest digital literate population, adolescent population today. That's 10 to 14%. And 7% higher than the international average. And we've got a rural India, 227 million internet users in rural India, with 77 million of the age group of 12 to 29. So a remote Sundarbans is not so remote anymore. And we are seeing this firsthand. So when we're talking about child rights, which all of you've spoken about, actually all the things which we need, but there are new nuances which are coming along in this place. Earlier on, consent was never even considered as an issue because a child cannot be given consent. Today, what are we seeing? It's totally something where the child rights has to be now looked at from the lens of a child today, instead of being imposed on them. And that's coming out more and more. Because see, in Sundarbans after post-COVID, we've seen a real drop in academics, rise in child marriages, be it elopements, teenage pregnancies as early as 13. We are seeing people coming in to pick up high-risk emergency contraceptives from the Happy Basket, about 5 to 6 cases every day. We've got suicide attempts by teenagers because they've fallen in love. So there is a very huge shift in how are we perceiving children and how children are seeing their lives themselves. And this, I feel, should now become a very integral part of any conversation when we're talking about safety and safeguarding children. What is happening is more and more children are watching age and appropriate material on the net, and which is making them actually wanting them to explore their sexuality way earlier. And this is, of course, we are seeing that being affected in the juvenile justice cases, the POCSO cases, which are being meted out against young boys, because though there's a consensual relationship, it's not called consensual. I'm sure as experts out here, everybody knows that. But eventually, who are we victimizing? We are victimizing children themselves. So I feel there's a very big requirement to look at this from the eyes of a child today. And this has to be, and what children today have to be really educated on their rights, more and more than ever. Because if we put all these policies and all in place, and if we don't educate the children, we are still falling short. So that's what we've seen as a very big issue, the adolescent sexuality, and how children, so we were talking to our psychologist on some, because of the research we are doing, and we think that there is a certain very huge discussion which is waiting to be had on the tasks of adolescents today, with adolescents and with policymakers. Because still we all don't come together on the same page on this. There's going to be more criminalization of children and juvenile sexual offenders, which is, of course, we can see is on a rise in India today. So we in a way, in a fact, have actually taken our first step towards it. We have a missing awareness and safety school program, which is actually touching on adolescent education in a very big manner, telling them about their holistic well-being, their identity, gender, body image issues, mental health, confidence. Because today, all this is actually playing a very huge role on a child succumbing and falling victim to performing or getting into acts or spaces which are illegal in the eyes of law. Be it elopement, be it exploring their sexuality, and things such as this, which are actually really giving rise to more juvenile sexual offenders, which shouldn't be, because we feel that they themselves are children and the victims also being victimized. So another thing which we are doing out there is we built a Swadhikar youth group. So other than the school program, which is really effective, we've got the first impact reports which have come in. We have a youth program there, which is actually giving them the voice and the learnings. It's the Swadhikar youth, just like it tells them about their adhikar. It tells them about their rights. And it's also something which makes them the spokespersons and makes them go out into communities and help prevent child marriages. It also helped them become this hearing ear for anybody who's actually might succumb to suicide. They might be people who will reach out to other community members, who people might be too scared to talk to parents and stuff. So I think, like somebody else out here spoke about, building more children communities online or within communities is becoming like a very big step today, because a child has to feel felt heard, and a child really needs to know that somebody's there who has their back. So we actually have to switch our whole, other than all the good norms and systems in places, no running down anything. We really need to really figure out this from the lens of a child, and how the changing face of the world today, how children are exploring their sexuality, how can this get embodied within this child rights and safety system, and how we can make sure that we don't really victimize the next child because he's just exploring his sexuality. And other than the fact that we have our school program, which we've created now, we have the youth programs in Sundarbans. We also work hand in hand with government, the BDO, the WCD, the DMs. And we're really happy to say that everybody's really appreciative of this program. So it's like a pilot, which we'd love to share with everybody on how we can really make this something which reaches every child. It's a resource which is now going to become an open resource for everybody too. And governments play a very big role. So just want to end by just giving you all a little case story about how a girl really fell a victim. So online, she, like it happens to most other girls and children, she felt somebody tells her, I love you, you sing well, you dance well. She, cyber-enabled trafficking. And she was lured to go to the city. And there she was, of course, coerced into and forced into a space which she didn't want to be, where she didn't give her consent, and she was forced to have a kind of and do something for this boy. I don't know if it went all the way or not, but she kind of managed to get out of it by saying, I just need to go back and I'm coming back or something. She managed to reach back home. But once she was there, she actually pulled up all her knowledge because of her program, which she had been part of, the Swadhikar youth group. And she kind of asserted her rights. She took the help of the police. She actually made sure her parents were on board. She got the whole missing team on board, and we managed to, really make sure that she didn't get further exploited because, in the space, because there were images taken of hers and she was being blackmailed, the whole thing which happens in the cyberspace today. But because of the program, because of her knowing her right, because of the youth, her understanding her child rights, she was able to really get control of her life and really take her rights in her hand and get the whole police and the system in place so that she could access them and get back into society in a mainstream manner, join back school, and she's now again in school. But these kind of change stories don't happen easily, like we all know, and especially in some places like rural Sundarbans, where actually ostracization and the peer group can be very, very hostile to such things, and they never really let you forget it. But I think sensitization of the peer group, which is actually what we are doing there, which is needed in every, I think, organization working with adolescents, is key. And that these small things are the big things which actually will really make a change, I feel. Thank you, Vedika.
No, thank you, Leena. Thank you for that honest and heartfelt response. I think it really kind of brought things out to life. And with that, I mean, some great responses and some great discussions that we've just had. I would like to quickly kind of highlight a few takeaways that we have had, from this very, very insightful discussion. I think one being that it's very clear that safeguarding, the initiation of safeguarding as a policy of child protection has to be transparent, it has to be flexible, and it has to be accountable. And also that it's definitely not a journey that you are on alone. So it has to be something that we do collectively, collaboratively as an organization, of course, in compliance with, all the legal resources that Aditi very kindly kind of laid out for us. And also, Leena, with your point, the effectiveness of awareness and, just making people aware of their rights through these policies that seem really big. But, if you can just explain it to them simply and make them aware, the effectiveness of it is tenfold. So thank you so much, Jayanti, Rudrani, Aditi, and Leena. I think it was a very, very helpful panel for us. And with that, I'd like to conclude the session. But before, thank you, of course, to all the attendees for your attentiveness, questions, and participation in this session, and to the eclectic selection of panelists. Your unique approaches to this topic has ensured that it has been addressed in a holistic and multi-dimensional manner, enriching our discussion with your contributions. I'm also glad that we kept to our word that it was a dialogue and not a monologue, and both categories of people who logged in today, those in the post-lunch siesta zone, as well as those in the second category who are now making their presence very strongly felt, can agree, as we are about to sign off today, that each of us is logging off with ample food for thought. But before we all log off, can I please request the Dasra team to show the post-session feedback poll that I would request all participants to just please fill out. It will not take more than 30 seconds of your time. Yeah, there are responses coming in. Thank you so much. With that, I want to hand over back to you, Radhika.
Thanks, Vedika. Thanks for moderating such a brilliant discussion. It was very engaging. So thank you, and also thanking Pooja, Aditi, Jayanti, Leena, and Rudrani. I think personally for me, it was a very helpful reminder that safeguarding is not just compliance. And we need to actually make it part of our overall ethos of working with young people. And some brilliant examples were shared in this panel in terms of how to do that. So thank you for that. So now we're moving on to our next joining hands moment, for which I would like to invite Shelja from Dasra and Vinay from Lightful Foundation. Lightful is a certified B Corporation helping nonprofits develop the skills, tools, and confidence to build trust and gain support online. I welcome Shelja, Director at Dasra, leading the programming pillar on youth, adolescence, and gender equality. She also supports the organization on fundraising and overall people and culture in her senior leadership role. Over to you, Shelja.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Radhika and I just exchanged seats to optimize our Wi-Fi and internet. I'm very happy to be here. Just wanted to check that Vinay has also made it here from Lightful, because this is the joining hands with the Lightful Foundation here. I know we're waiting on him. And so I guess he hasn't joined yet. In the meantime, let me just share the partnership that we do have with Lightful. And then if Vinay joins, then he can also speak. Otherwise, I'll try and bring in his perspective as well. So as you know, and for those participants who've been there in the earlier joining hands, the idea is for us as 10 to 19, as Youth Ke Bol, as Dasra, working and collaborating with the sector is very, very important and critical. We feel working with adolescents, young people, youth is everybody's business, that we all need to join hands. And as one of our initiatives, we are very happy to partner with the Lightful Foundation. Lightful Foundation brings together lots of experts, practitioners, funders, various stakeholders together in a community online. The session that is going to come up, I hope all of you are staying back and joining the next session that Lightful will be hosting, and it's on fundraising. And Lightful and their approach to supporting many and hundreds of organizations through online capacity building, organizational development has been excellent, and we really value the support that they provide to the sector, especially to not-for-profits. Topics like fundraising are difficult, but extremely important and critical. We all know we need funds for everything, for us to employ child protection policies, for us to employ safeguarding policies, etc. as well. So very happy to join hands with Lightful. Unfortunately, Vinay has been caught up and has not been able to join, but on his behalf as well, sharing a word here about Lightful. So thank you very much. And back to you, Radhika. Yes, just give us a second. Radhika is going to come back on.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next session. And if Vinay can also join us later, maybe we can bring him back to share a few words. But moving on. Okay. All right. So can we maybe take a 5 minutes pause? We're just facing some technical issues at the back end, and we'll be bringing back Vinay and Shelja soon. If you could just give us 5 minutes, please bear with us.
Hi, Radhika. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Vinay. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I could hear Shailaja speaking so kindly about me, and she was thinking I wasn't here. So I now know what Shailaja thinks about Lightful, even in absentia or perceived absentia. So thank you, Shailaja. And Radhika, I'm happy to do that 5-minute pause. I could hear that, or we can kick off now, whatever you prefer. Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Sure. So I think there was just a bit of a technical glitch in terms of bringing you on, so which is why we requested a 5 minutes pause. But if it's okay for you, you can continue, Vinay.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. So good afternoon, everyone. It's actually good morning from me in London. You won't be surprised to hear it's grey and overcast here. But nonetheless, we're smiling ear to ear today to be with so many wonderful organizations today. We will have a couple of my esteemed colleagues from Lightful joining shortly to deliver some of that Lightful training and capacity building that Shalja kindly spoke about. And the reason we're smiling from ear to ear today is that we're absolutely thrilled to be part of the joining hands ceremony, which I just want to talk about a little bit further, that Shalja just touched upon, and why we're so thrilled to be doing that. You know, I guess I'll start with why. Shouldn't we always? Because at Lightful, we believe those doing the greatest good deserve the best technology. And it's absolutely vital that all of you, these incredible NGOs that are working and doing the most important work in your community and globally, really have the tools and the skills and the confidence to be able to tell your story, to be able to raise more awareness, raise more funds, as Shalja was saying, so that you can deliver more impact yourselves. And so it's absolutely core to who Lightful is, our mission and our partnership with Dasra and all of you, to really be able to provide you with the skills and tools so that you can tell that story, have a digital strategy so that you can really amplify your voice in a world that needs it more than ever. It's been wonderful to work with organizations now. We've worked with over 2,000 NGOs and nonprofits in over 80 countries around the world, of course, around India as well. I've actually had the very good fortune of knowing Dasra for about 15 years. I met the founders of Dasra in 2008, have admired greatly from near, and from afar of the important work that they do in building these incredible communities of practice with all of you, to work with foundations and philanthropists really to mobilize funds to be able to scale impact. That's part of Lightful's model as well. We work with trusts and foundations and philanthropists who fund us to be able to provide, often 6-month training programs to NGOs. Last week, I'm thrilled to say we started with the support of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations and several philanthropists in Europe, a program to support over 160 nonprofits working in international gender justice and reproductive rights. And so it's absolutely critical to us to be able to do that work. And that's why, personally, finally, I would say as well, this is really important to me. I was born in Chennai. Sorry to disappoint some of you, I'm not another Tambram, however. I'm very proudly from Kerala, a matriarchal family, and all the work that you all do is absolutely core to who I am and who Lightful is and as an organization. And that's why we're so pleased today to be signing virtually the Joining Hands Manifesto with Dasra, working with all of you, delivering this short training, and really coming together at this time where we need to really do that to support each other to build impact in our communities. So with that, Radhika, I'll hand back to you. And thank you all again for hearing my few minutes on why Lightful is joining this before some of my Lightful colleagues continue. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Vinay. Thank you for introducing Lightful to us. I think it's really helpful for our partners to know about the work that Lightful does. And we're hoping that, all of the resources and training opportunities that come from our partnership, we're also able to share with our partners who are present here today. From Shelja, who's sitting next to me, and I, thank you so much for joining us. All right, so for the next workshop, like when I said, we'll have more colleagues joining us from Lightful. The title of the session is Unlocking the Giving Potential of Online Communities, a workshop to understand best practices around fundraising and building organizational championship online. We'll just take a 2-minute pause before we start with the workshop. We'll be back soon. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks for joining us in the announcement of a partnership with Lightful. We're now moving on to the next session. Before that, I would like to remind you about the guidelines for the day. If we can switch the slide to the webinar guidelines, please. And everyone can take a moment to please read through that. We request you to participate very actively in the chat box. Please post your questions, comments. We'd love to hear from you. But we also request you to please read and adhere to Dasra's child protection policy, which we will share in the chat box. We have young people and children joining us through the day, and it would really be helpful if you could please take out the time to read through the policy. With that, we're now moving on to the next session, which is Unlocking the Giving Potential of Online Communities, a workshop to understand best practices around fundraising and building organizational championship online. I would now like to welcome Naz and Jasmine to take forward the session. Naz and Jasmine from Lightful support nonprofits around the world to develop their digital strategies and amplify their digital presence. I, for one, will definitely benefit from this session. So over to you, Naz and Jasmine.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon to everyone who's joining us here today. It's wonderful to see so many of you with us to hopefully take some tips, skills, or ideas away from our session on unlocking the giving potential of your online community. To introduce myself, I'm Naz. I'm a relationship executive here at Lightful. My role is to support all of our organisations throughout their bridge journey, whether that is by hosting a one-to-one where we discuss any specific challenges, or holding live sessions such as this one today, or answering any other general queries our participants may have regarding the development of their digital strategy to achieve their fundraising and campaigning goals. I'll hand over to Jasmine to also introduce herself.
Hi everyone, my name is Jasmine and I'm a relationship manager here at Lightful. I've recently joined the team and I also support participants of the Bridge programme alongside Naz. Before joining Lightful, I worked in social media and digital marketing for an international development and disaster relief charity. And I'm really passionate about helping organisations reach their potential through digital channels. And yeah, I'm really pleased to be joining you today. Thank you for having me, and I hope you find the session useful.
Thank you. If we can move on to the next slide, we'll cover our agenda for this session. So our agenda today will be as follows. First, we will have a brief introduction into online giving. We'll then move on to the benefits of digital fundraising and then take a look at how other organisations have been able to demonstrate online giving best practice. Finally, we'll take a look at the importance of donor stewardship and how this ties into your overall digital fundraising strategy. And then we will end with any questions that you might have. So if we move on to the next slide, we've got our learning objectives. And that is to be able to recall the value in online fundraising, not just for your organisation, but also for your donors. To be able to identify different online giving tools. And once you've engaged your audience and received that all-important donation, to be able to then describe different donor stewardship techniques. So if we move on to the next slide, we've just got a poll for everyone.
Right. Yeah, if we could launch the first poll, please. We'd really like to find out how confident you feel in your organisation's ability to fundraise online. So I'll give a few seconds for people to start voting on that poll, and it would just be really helpful for us to have a picture of how everybody's feeling as we start the session today. So I'll give a few moments for everybody to vote.
Thanks, Naz and Jasmine. Sorry, I'm just quickly dropping in to again remind our participants that there is an interpretation button in your menu below. It's a globe icon. Please click on that to switch to Hindi language if needed. It's a very important discussion. It's a very important discussion, and we would really like you to listen to this in your preferred language. Over to you, Naz and Jasmine. Sorry about interrupting.
No, thank you. Thanks. Right, so we'll just have one more poll and then we will get started. So if we could launch the second poll, please, which is asking, is your organisation currently set up for online fundraising? So that should come up, and I'll give you a few seconds to answer that. That would be really helpful. Thank you, everybody. So if we could go on to the next slide, please, and we'll get started on the content of the session. So digital fundraising uses online fundraising techniques and applications to reach a larger audience, steward new donors, and build greater relationships with your donor base. Digital fundraising is an ongoing process which you start through your online outreach techniques using websites, emails, and social media, using them in combination with each other to reach a wider audience, rather than just the traditional means of communicating that we might be used to. So many people spend time online now, whether browsing the web, communicating via email, or interacting with various social media apps. So it's really important to reach people where they are active, using the tools that they prefer to communicate with in order to engage them with your organisation. If we go on to the next slide, digital is no longer optional. As so many of us will have experienced, the COVID pandemic changed the way non-profits thought about fundraising, and digital fundraising became a lifesaver for many non-profits around the world. With new opportunities to reach a larger audience and the ability to automate and integrate campaigns and stewardship techniques, non-profits learned new ways to reach both new and existing audiences, steward donors, and build strong relationships with their donor base. The amount of people we can reach and the number of messages we can put out in real time is hugely powerful compared to when we were solely reliant on communicating via mailings and phone calls. These types of communication can definitely still play a part, but they're really effective when supported with digital channels too. In the past, building strong donor relationships took more time and effort than many nonprofits had the resources to accomplish. Smaller nonprofits have fewer staff and volunteers to steward donors and connect with donors on a personal level. So digital fundraising has made the outreach and stewardship so much easier for these organisations. As well as being able to reach new people via digital channels, after a supporter has gone on to make their first donation, you can then use digital tools to create an automatic response where your organisation stewards their gift and moves the donor in the direction of your choosing. Finally, as you continue to reach out to the donor and see how their actions change, you can build a stronger connection and develop a long-lasting relationship with the donor that benefits your organisation. So how does it work? Digital fundraising is using the online tools and digital channels available to raise funds rather than relying on cash or postal donations. So it's important to think about your different channels and make sure your information is consistent across these to reach people with your key messages, whether they find out about your organisation via your website, social media pages, or a fundraising platform. It's important to think about each channel individually and what the aim of each channel is, but also how they work together and complement each other. How can you make sure that your website supports what you're posting on social media so that when people go through and visit your website or sign up to receive emails, the messaging is consistent and compelling and helps achieve your objectives? For example, does your website explain who you are and how people can help? Is there a clear and accessible donation page so people can make a financial contribution easily? Usually the first place people will go to donate is your website, so your donation page needs to be easy to find and use. Increasingly, we are seeing organisations use social media to fundraise, and it's a really great place to grow and engage an audience. But not only this, there are also opportunities to raise funds directly, for example, by setting up a fundraiser on Facebook and Instagram, or using fundraising buttons on your pages. It's also a great place to be able to tell your story and share more information about what you're fundraising for and why. You can also use the analytics tools available on social media to understand what content is performing well and what people are interacting with the most to help shape your future messaging and campaigns. Third-party fundraising platforms are also helpful tools to raise funds. You can often integrate them with your emails and websites, and they can help you to raise funds around a specific cause or awareness day. These platforms make it really easy to structure your donation ask and can help collect donor information to build that ongoing journey. And they can also help you to reach a wider audience through that platform, while you could also promote it through your own channels. They often have great peer-to-peer fundraising tools, so your audience can start fundraising on your behalf and connect with their own contacts and audiences too. If we could go on to the next slide, thank you. We thought it would be helpful just to share some of the fundraising terms that were commonly used, as you might come across these as you start to set up your digital fundraising. So on the next slide, we've got a list of fundraising terms. So if we could go to that. And just one more slide, thank you. There we go, perfect. So firstly, we've got appeal, and people might use this to, instead of saying that they're running a fundraising campaign, so essentially it's a request for donations where your audience is asked to donate money. We also talk a lot about conversion rates, and that's the percentage of people who donate once they visit your page or your platform. And it's a really important metric to track, as a higher conversion rate means more people are engaged and taking the action to donate. Crowdfunding is where you ask a large number of people for a small amount of money. So you might have seen this on Facebook fundraisers in your own feeds, where individuals advocate on an organisation's behalf and ask lots of people to make a small donation. And this is similar to peer-to-peer fundraising, where individuals will fundraise on behalf of your charity or organisation. They might be doing something like a sponsored challenge, like a marathon or a bake sale, and they'll set up their own fundraising pages for that. You might also hear about a CRM system, a customer relationship management system. And this is important for when it comes to donor stewardship, how you are tracking who has donated and their contact details in order to stay engaged with them. You might already be using one of these at your organisation, and it's where you store this supporter information and data, which can then be used to shape your future communications. And finally, you might come across transaction fees. This is something that fundraising platforms have, and it's where charities have to pay a small fee when they accept donations on digital platforms. But we're seeing increasing examples of where the donors may have the option of covering this fee themselves when they donate, depending on what provider you use on your donate page or fundraising platform. So there's a variety of options there. We could move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. And we're now just going to run through some of the benefits of online giving before I hand over to Naz to give some examples of best practice and tips. So on to the next slide, we have the benefits for donors. So while there are benefits in online fundraising for you as an organisation, there are also benefits for the donors themselves. Firstly, it allows people to give at any time. They can use their computer or their phone and give immediately at any time of day. So when they feel inspired to support a cause, they can do it straight away, and that really removes the barriers there. They can also do it from anywhere. Most platforms now are optimized for mobile devices, which means people can donate on the go using their phone. Online fundraising also allows individuals to set up recurring donations. You can provide an option for donors to make a regular donation without having to come back to your website and do it manually every time. And it's a good option to encourage sustainable income for your organisation, which can be really beneficial. Online fundraising also allows individuals to share information about the donations that they've made. So you can include social media share buttons on your website, which helps people advocate for you and share their involvement, which also spreads the word about your organisation and builds connections with a larger audience and range of people. People can give knowing that their donations are secure, and there's no risk of donations falling into the wrong hands like there might be with cash. This means that they can give confidently, knowing that they trust the organisation as well as the platform. If we could move to the next slide, we've got some benefits for the nonprofits. So one of the great things for your nonprofit is that you can receive immediate feedback on your marketing through online channels. So you might put a post on social media and see direct engagement and donations on your website as a result of it. And this really helps you know that the content was really effective in driving donations. And there's also a wealth of analytics available through digital channels, so you can measure the impact of all the activity that you do. Online fundraising also helps you capture donor information and add to your database, as we've mentioned. The donors submit personal information when they give, and that you can use that to tailor their onward journey. Online fundraising is also cost effective. Software is usually inexpensive or free, and you can use social media and your website to communicate lots of different things in a variety of engaging formats that resonates with different people. And this all helps increase your brand awareness the more people see it online, especially if people see friends and family engaging with your content and donating themselves, it's more likely to resonate. So you can reach more people and ask them to contribute to your nonprofit and support your organisation. Please could we move on to the next slide, and I will hand over to Naz. Thank you.
Thanks, Jasmine. So what are some digital fundraising best practices? If we move on to the next slide, we can see that based on the hundreds of website reviews that we've conducted just in 2023 alone, we've compiled a list of some of our top tips for not just a good website, but an outstanding website. So we have to include a user-friendly navigation bar. Often we see websites that have multiple navigation bars, one at the top of the page, one down the side, sometimes one in the middle. It's best practice to have one clear yet comprehensive tool that links all the different forms of information and data that you have on your website. Always add a bold donate button that stands out. That could be at the top of your page or in the middle so that it's visible for everyone to see. Create a user-friendly donation form, one that includes set donation figures as well as custom figures. You can even add the option to donate on a monthly basis. Write a clear headline to each web page and tell your audience what they're about to read or watch. You can be informative yet punchy and bold with your headlines. Include high-resolution, compelling visuals. This could be of the work you do, your events, or your beneficiaries. Keep your page simple and easy to use. There's nothing worse than a busy, distracting web page that you can't navigate. Keep it simple, use your brand colours and a clear font. Make your page accessible. Don't just include text, include visuals, videos, and photos. And finally, include a thank you to those who donate. Become a member, volunteer, and visit your website. So let's take a look at some examples of best practice on the next slide. Thank you. And if we move through some of the images, then we can see some examples of how CRY, this organisation, has managed to design a very clear and comprehensive website. So we can see here on the landing page that you have a bold donate button. If we just go back one slide, if that's okay. Okay, so there are a few images that are supposed to come up in a series of animations, but if we move on to the next slide, it's absolutely fine. I can talk you through what those images are supposed to show. So even in your own time, if you'd like to go onto the website for CRY, you can take a look at how they have designed it. They have a clear landing page with, as I said, a bold donate button, one simple yet comprehensive menu bar at the top. There aren't multiple all over the page. They have also included specific yet concise details about the work that they do. So that page, it's their about page, if you do want to go and have a look at their website in more detail, is very informative, but notice it's not text heavy and it's very easy on the eye. They have also embedded a donation form that includes the option to donate fixed or custom figures, as well as the option to donate monthly. Now, this encourages your audience to become long-term donors. You can see that they have also informed all their supporters and prospective donors in the future on the impact that their donations have. There is nothing more valuable than showing how funds are being spent within a non-profit organisation. And finally, a lovely feature to showcase the events that the organisation has coordinated over the last year. And this acts as a form of donor stewardship. And you can see that image on your screen now. If we move over to the next slide, we have another example. Again, you can see that the images on your page at the moment are overlapped. So they were supposed to come on screen individually, but again, I will talk you through those images. So Goonj, another organisation, they have a very clear and easy to use donation page with an option to give monthly, similar to the last example that I just showed you. And you can see here that they have used a fundraising platform that allows users to share their fundraising progress on social media. So what this does is it helps to raise the profile of your organisation through publicity, whilst encouraging others to either get involved or donate to the cause. They use social media channels to share emotive and captivating stories of not just their fundraisers, but also of the people and communities they help, a great form of storytelling. And they also encourage peer-to-peer fundraising through their Facebook fundraisers. And again, this is a great way to raise the profile of your organisation whilst encouraging others to fundraise. So if you move on to the next slide, thank you. Once we developed strong, bold and user-friendly websites, as we just saw, and social media pages, how can we specifically increase traffic to our donation page? And that donation page is the page that your audience will go on to in order to donate to your organisation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, I think you've moved 2 slides over. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So there's many different ways that we can drive traffic to that donation page. The first is to connect your donation page to your website. Most organizations get the greatest level of engagement on their website. And so what better place to connect your donation form to? That way you can also embed a donate button throughout your website. Next, you can add a link or button to your donation page, to your donation page to your email signature. This way, anyone you interact with online by email will receive a direct link to that page. Ask your supporters to share the link on social media. And by supporters, I mean any stakeholder. So think of previous donors, staff, trustees, ambassadors, corporate partners, influencers, pretty much anyone that you work with. There's nothing wrong in making that ask. And also share your organization's story along with the donate call to action. The more you raise the profile of your organization, the more people will know about your cause and mission. Target local news agencies or even local Facebook groups and tell them what you do. So we've discussed how to grab the audience's attention with some basic steps to streamline your digital design, but how do you get from point A, where your audience knows about your organization through visiting your website or social media channels, to point B, where your audience donates and advocates your mission? This process is called the donor journey, and it's what you can see on your screen now. It shows all the points that you need to consider in order for you to reach your goal of getting that all-important donation. Every donor journey is different. One organization may move through this slower or faster than the next. And so this diagram is just a simple outline that needs to be tailored for every nonprofit. You can see that the first step is to grab your audience's attention through the content you share online. Next is to engage them. So it's important to monitor the interactions your posts are gaining. But not only this, it's also important to keep engagement high by replying to comments that you might receive on posts. This will also impact your algorithm and improve the chances of your content appearing at the top of someone's feed. Once you engage your audience, they are more likely to consider supporting your organization or signing up to your newsletter. After some time, where they have been able to learn more about your mission and impact, they may decide to donate and share the vision of your organization with their own friends and family. So always be aware that getting a donation is not an easy process, and it's not a quick one. It can be a long process for many, but one that, if done correctly and mindfully, can create long-term dedicated supporters. If we move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So once you receive that donation, it's vital to your long-term growth that you steward those donors. And what do we mean by the term stewardship? Well, to steward someone means to look after them, to support them. And so donor stewardship refers to the practice of looking after our donors. And why do we need to look after them? Donor stewardship is an integral part of fundraising. It recognises and thanks our donors for their gift, and it builds donor relationships. It informs donors of their impact and also improves donor retention. So let's take a look at some simple steps that we can take to start to build a donorship strategy. So on this slide here, you can see that the first step you can take is to thank donors. It's harder to thank people when you've not had the chance to meet them in person as they've donated online. So you can share a recognition post online on social media, include them in your newsletter, or send them a thank you email. Donors are 400% more likely to donate again if thanked within 48 hours of giving. So act fast. You could even send them a small branded gift that includes your organizational logo. This may also help raise awareness of your organization. Update your donors on the impact their donation is having. We saw this from our brief look at CRY's website, where we share impact stories, we share case studies and statistics on social media or through a newsletter. And remember, it's all about harnessing interest and engagement. Always bear in mind that your donor stewardship strategy is a way to build long-term, mutually beneficial relationships. So it's not about what you can gain from supporters in terms of donation, but what they can also gain from you. If we move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So finally, before I hand back to Jasmine, we have some quick stewardship top tips that you can take with you, which you can take away with you today. First, segment your donors. So split them up into categories. Maybe you can divide them based on age, geographical location, or what type of donor they are. They might be a one-time donor, a major donor, or a continuous donor. Identify their motivations to get involved. This is a tough one, and sometimes I get asked, well, how do I know why people want to get involved? What I say to that is, don't be afraid to ask your donors questions. You can send them a quick poll via an email or newsletter, or you could ask them directly if you have an event coming up. Or you can ask your supporters on social media. Donor motivations are a great way to segment your donors, as it will also allow you to tailor your stewardship to their needs. Next, celebrate your donors. Shine a spotlight on the amazing ways they help your organization to achieve its goals. As we mentioned previously, share their stories on your digital platforms. You could even ask a local news agency to cover their journey within your organization. Continue engagement by building a community of donors. You can provide opportunities for your donors to meet face-to-face or online. You can ask them to get involved in the decision-making process of your organization, or you can create a Facebook group where they can interact with one another. And I don't mean to repeat myself with this one, but it's absolutely crucial that you thank your donors. Thank you. I will hand over to Jasmine now.
Thank you. So to wrap up, we've got 3 actions that we suggest you take to elevate your organisation's digital fundraising and unlock the generosity of your online supporters. Great, they just come up on the screen now. So firstly, we would love to share our fundraising strategy template with you, where you can go through a process of setting out your fundraising goals and mapping out a plan to achieve them. This will be shared by Dasra today, either in the chat or via email, I believe. And the template guides you through setting your fundraising goals, giving tools, donor segmentation, fundraising messaging, and analytics reporting. You can then conduct an audit of your existing fundraising tools to see if they need updating, and perhaps you might need to set up online giving, so you can go through and identify which tools best suit your goals. Once you've set up your online giving and made sure that you're using the right tools, then you can create a donor stewardship plan, which is the second resource that we'll be sharing. You can go through and look at how you can begin to convert your existing supporters into donors and take them on a journey that keeps them engaged. So hopefully those resources will be helpful to you, and they're things that you can download and use within your organisations on an ongoing basis. So if we go on to the next slide, we're going to wrap up with one final poll. So if we could put that last poll live, thank you. So thanks everyone for listening and for contributing. We'd like to know how confident you now feel in your organisation's ability to fundraise online in comparison to how you felt at the start of the session. So I'll give some time for people to fill in their answers to that poll. And then I'll hand back to Nas. Thank you.
We'll just give that a few seconds to give everyone some time to answer the question. Lovely. Well, thank you so much for listening to our presentation, getting involved, popping your questions in the chat. If there are any further questions that you'd like to ask, please feel free to do so. You can pop them in the chat, or you can unmute yourselves and ask if that's an option. I don't know if that one is, but yeah, by all means, pop any questions into the chat, and thank you very much for listening.
Thanks so much, Naz. Thanks, Jasmine. And thank you, Lightful Foundation. Yes, I think there are some questions coming up in the chat box. So it would be really helpful, Naz and Jasmine, if you could spend some more time with us to just respond to some of those questions. Our participants don't have a mic ability right now, but they are actively participating on the chat box. To our participants also to say that we will share more resources with you even after the session. So it's not like you will miss out on any information that was shared today. But please join me in thanking Naz and Jasmine. I think these were great, easy and practical strategies to get started and how to really build our digital presence, as well as how to utilize our digital skills now, that we've learned here for fundraising as well. So great, thank you. And thanks, Vinay, as well. All right, so we'll now just break for a little while. The next session that we're going to do is going to be about a roadmap to scale promising practices. And this is where Dasra's partners will come on and talk about what works on the ground and how do you scale that with two funders, government, and peer NGOs as well. So we'll take a break and start the next session at 4 p.m. In the meantime, if you have any questions for Lightful, for Jasmine and Naz regarding the presentation, please keep sharing on chat and they will respond to you. Okay, we'll see you back with your mugs full of coffee and tea. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. We'll be beginning shortly. So I'm just here to remind you to please start coming back to your screens, and we'll start at 4 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Great. So just a reminder that this webinar is being recorded for some of our partners who could not make it today. but we don't want them to miss out on the insightful conversations. So we are recording this webinar. In case there are any challenges with that, please write to host and panelists in the chat box. I also hope that you're following the webinar guidelines that have been shared in the chat box. And as you can see on your screen right now, please take a minute to go through this. The request is to please participate actively and post your questions in the chat box. But to be able to ensure that there is clear audio and speaker view, we've disabled mics for the participants. However, we are very responsive on chat and we love to hear from you. We also will share with you our child protection policy in the chat box. We request you to please read through it and adhere to it as much as possible. We have young people and children joining us in this session throughout the day. So let's make sure that this is an open, safe, and constructive space for everyone. This is the last panel of the day. So in case you are posting about the conversation on social media, please tag us on Instagram at Dasra India and ab.meri.bari. On Twitter, you can tag us at Dasra. You can use the hashtags abmeribari, Youth Ke Bol, A Billion Thriving, Dasra Philanthropy Week. All of this information has again been shared in your chat box. Before we start, I'd just like to come back to the objectives of the day, because it's the last conversation that we're having, and some of our partners have just joined us today. Just to say that Dasra Philanthropy Week is an annual flagship program that brings together nonprofit leaders, philanthropists, foundations, policymakers, and other key stakeholders to discuss the way forward for India's development. The session today has especially been designed for a wide network of community of practice and civil society partners. We look up to all of you for your subject expertise, and our role is to create spaces for knowledge and learnings exchange. And this is what we hope to do today. And even in the last conversation, as we take you forward, to discuss the roadmap to scale promising practices, how to take what works on the ground to funders, government, and peer NGOs. We'd like to share some of our learnings and some of our partners' learnings in the process of scaling up. I now invite Zia to introduce the next session. Zia leads our communications and learnings for our Ab Meri Bari project and leads campaigns as well as narrative shift strategy on the Youth Ke Bol initiative. Over to you, Zia.
Thank you very much, Radhika. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. Welcome to our session, A Roadmap to Scale Promising Practices, How to Take what Works on the Ground to Funders, Government, and Peer NGOs. At Dasra, we are committed to adding knowledge to the sector, amplifying practitioner voices, and creating spaces for people to learn from each other, so we as a sector can begin to understand what works and start visualizing that journey to scale. This session is a part of that effort. My name is Zia. Hi again. I'm from the Dasra team, and I'm very excited to be a moderator for this session. I'd like to encourage all participants to interact in the chat box, engage with the session, take notes, and ask questions. And lastly, and this goes without saying, but if you would like to learn more or have any questions after the session, please feel free to reach out to us. Now let's just dive in. So to start us off and get a sense of how we're looking at things, please answer this one quick question for us. It should be popping up on your screen now. So there is a statement here that reads, there are a large number of promising practices within the sector, but scaling them remains a challenge. We'd like to know from you if you agree with this or disagree, and what your opinion on this matter is. So we'll wait for a few seconds and requesting everybody to please answer for us. Okay, it's nice to see that we're getting some quick responses. We're at about 50%, so everybody else who's remaining, please go ahead and answer. This is just going to be valuable throughout the session for all of us. Okay, we'll wait for a couple more seconds before we close out the poll. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for participating and sharing your opinion with us on this matter. And basis the responses we've gotten, I do think that this session is going to be quite valuable because we're going to talk about how you can adapt your promising practices to scale them and how to overcome some of the challenges that we face when we try to do so. So I'd like to start by giving you a little bit of an overview of what you can expect from the session, our rationale behind hosting this session. And to do that, I'm going to share a little bit about our thought process. So as we all know, NGOs play a crucial role in creating social change and improving the lives of individuals and communities. But there is scope for them to further amplify their impact by documenting, sharing, and scaling their promising practices. At 10 to 19, we are committed to supporting this effort through a variety of tools, knowledge products, and other kinds of support. So over the last year, 10 to 19 has developed an easy to use toolkit, which is for NGOs specifically to help them with identifying, documenting, and sharing their promising practices. This is what we like to call the collaborative practice tool. We've also spent the last year on testing our newly developed component approach to scaling solutions. And we did this through our Ab Meri Bari Youth Solutions project, which was focused in the space of adolescent health service delivery in Jharkhand. To talk a little bit more about our recent solution-based support, our partner, UNICEF Yuva, will come in towards the end of the session. So overall, the idea really is to provide an overview of these initiatives and offer insights on how NGOs can take advantage of these opportunities to amplify their impact. Now, the reason why we believe that promising practices are so important, in addition to the fact that they can assist with amplifying NGO impact, is because these solutions are rooted in the evidence of what works and what doesn't. This means that they can provide organizations and other stakeholders with a solid foundation when it comes to decision making. Promising practices can also always be adapted to different contexts or different situations before they're implemented. And because that way, one doesn't have to start from scratch, they become an efficient and cost-effective way of achieving even greater impact. As some of you may know, 10 to 19 plays the role of a key facilitator by bringing together various stakeholders. And as our name, Dasra Adolescence Collaborative, suggests, we truly do believe in the power of collaboration. So when an NGO has worked and reworked what they do on ground and found a solution, sharing that with others leads to building networks and partnerships between not only other organizations, but also government and the communities that we work in. Lastly, from our research and conversations with our NGO partners, with them being so close to the issue itself on ground, we realize that it can sometimes be kind of challenging for them to identify what part of their solution can be scaled or can be replicated. So to speak a little bit more about this and take us through a step-by-step process within our collaborative practice tool, I'd now like to invite Devika from the Dasra team.
Thank you, Zia. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. It has been really encouraging to see everybody participate and engage throughout the day. So I would like to begin by explaining what collaborative practice is. Collaborative practice is a roadmap and a tool that facilitates the identification of promising practices, specifically what is working on ground. Its aim is to support organizations in carrying out reflective, discussion-based reviews of their programs in a resource-efficient manner. We hope that this will enable organizations to share this knowledge widely for application. Now, let us understand why we need collaborative practice. We have built this step-by-step roadmap to encourage practitioners to think differently and be intentional about reviewing their program cycle on an ongoing basis. Essentially, we believe that collaborative practice can help organizations identify the uniqueness of their approach, find promising solutions that can be scaled, provide quick plugins to any urgent challenges, and maintain a guided focus towards transformational change. In addition, by sharing what works on ground and using evidence-based approaches, organizations can strengthen their knowledge and expertise and leverage what has worked for others. For this purpose, we wanted to develop an online interactive tool that allows users to easily navigate and engage with each step of the roadmap to document their programming practices in a simple, concise, and efficient manner. Now, I would like to explain how to use collaborative practice. The process to identifying a promising practice is broken down into 5 steps. Allow me to take you through it quickly. This will be followed by review of the actual tool. So as you can see through this illustration, step 1 is listing and shortlisting your program practices. Step 2 is substantiating and calibrating the identified practices by supporting it with evidence. Step 3 is developing a recommendation from the shortlisted practices. Step 4 is documenting these practices for easy understanding and dissemination. And the final step of objective review requires teams to validate the final promising practice by an external party. These steps are to be executed by 4 or more members of a team, specifically a project manager, a team member that is involved in impact measurement, an on-ground implementation team member, and a team member to document and take notes throughout the process. The first 3 steps of the process consist of a set of probing questions that encourage discussion and reflection within your team. These questions will help uncover key information and insights about program practices. Once the team has discussed and deliberated, they can then proceed to capture their information in the documentation tables present throughout each step of the tool. I think it would make more sense if I take you through a short demonstration of how to use the collaborative practice tool so that you can identify your promising practices that work for your program. So as you can see, in step 1, the team will answer about 5 probing questions, which will take them approximately 30 minutes to review the program's entire life cycle. By the end of this step, the team would have identified the program's objectives, have an extensive list of the program's practices, and a short list of the top 2 to 3 practices which contribute most significantly to its program. When we move on to the probing questions for this step, this question that you can see on your screen requires the team to identify the program's policy gaps, community needs, and opportunity for innovation that it is addressing. Please note that if there is a need for any clarification on the terms that we are using, the glossary is available right above each page. We've also included an example for reference, as well as some additional questions to encourage reflection. So going back to the question, once discussed, the team can put down the answers in the table below. To make the most of our session and save time, we've gone ahead and filled out the responses throughout the tool. In the next questions, we take a closer look at the entire life cycle of the program and reclassify all its practices based on how often they're executed. Once that is done, the team can document their response in the table below. In the next page, the question would encourage the team to dig even deeper into the program's methodologies, frameworks, and other practices. Once completed, this can also be documented in the table below. In this page, one can review the responses recorded in the table so far before moving on to address the upcoming questions. After reviewing this table, the team should be able to shortlist about 2 to 3 practices based on the 4 guiding principles of impact, sustainability, scalability, innovation, and/or uniqueness. Please know that a practice does not need to meet all 4 criteria to be considered promising. These principles will only help evaluate the practices thoroughly and to gain insights into their strengths and potential. Once done, the team can then document their answers in table 2. Moving on to step 2. In step 2, the team will substantiate the program practices it has shortlisted by supporting it with evidence. This step will have 1 probing question, which would require about 15 minutes of the team's time. At this stage, the team will delve into the evidence supporting their shortlisted practices. It is important to note that the teams can rely on community feedback and practitioner insights to substantiate their promising practices. While it is great to have comprehensive data, even in its absence, we encourage teams to list down any kind of evidence that they can document. By the end of this process, we hope that the team will have arrived at their promising practices. They can move on to table 4, where the points of discussion can be recorded. When we move to step 3, the team will develop recommendations by answering 6 guiding questions, which will require about 20 minutes. These questions will help the team identify which stakeholders can benefit from their promising practices and how. They will assess the potential for replicating these practices and arrive at a well-articulated recommendation tailored to the needs of each stakeholder. This recommendation should support its stakeholders in addressing similar gaps, needs, and opportunities in their own programs and initiatives. In this step that you can see on your screen, the team will consider the target demographic that the program is serving and then document their response in the provided table. In the next question, we will help the team revisit their program objectives and refocus on the specific program practices that address these areas. After completing these questions, which you may already know by now, the team can record their answers in the table below. We will now focus on documenting how the promising practices can be used by other stakeholders to address similar objectives in the upcoming few sections. For instance, question 9 specifically helps the team think about the potential of replicating the practices among government systems, which can then be documented in the table below. Similarly, we will also tailor the recommendations for funders, other practitioners, and community stakeholders in succeeding pages. After completing step 3, a review page will display all the answers that have been documented so far. Any changes the team would like to make can be made here. We now come to step 4, where we document our promising practices in a predefined note-taking template. Here, as you may be able to see, majority of the sections in these templates would have already been populated with the information gathered from the previous steps. But I would request you to review, edit, and expand on the responses wherever you may require. In the last and the final step, which is step 5, the team can simply add their email IDs to get a copy of their identified promising practice to share internally and for validation by an external reviewer. By the end, the team will have used the tool to identify and share the promising practices of their program successfully. We will share the link to the beta version of the website and the tool in chat. Please feel free to share feedback on your experience while we continue to improve and refine the website. We also plan to launch a Hindi version of the website soon for greater accessibility. Thank you. Back to you, Zia.
Thanks, Devika. That was really helpful. And I think for us to be able to visually see it was really great. So as I think a lot of you are probably getting the understanding, today's session is really rooted in solutioning and how to create impact at scale. Now, scaling is a crucial part of any intervention, but it's not always easy, and we understand that. And that's exactly why we've developed the component approach, which takes a more systemic and targeted approach to scaling. We've also demonstrated this through the Ab Meri Bari Youth Solutions Initiative this year. Before I speak a little bit about that, though, I just wanted to take a quick minute to thank all of our partner NGOs for their constant support and interest in this initiative. It's been very rewarding as well as motivational for us to receive your positive feedback and your thought-provoking insights and suggestions. So thank you so much for engaging with the project. Now I'd like to talk about 3 things. What is the component approach? What are we trying to do with Ab Meri Bari Youth Solutions? And most importantly, why are we doing this? So the component approach aims to leverage the knowledge and practices from civil society organizations to create catalytic solutions that can be scaled and replicated. Now, I know that this sounds like a lot, but bear with me. We're going to go through it in a very quick minute. The component approach also aims to solve for the gap between NGOs and government to help them to collaborate better. And most importantly, it keeps young people at the center of solutioning. Now, the component approach is made up of 5 critical pillars that you should be able to see on your screen now. The first is to ask the question, is the approach community-led or in our case, youth-led? You can do this by involving young people in the entire program cycle, from designing to implementing and evaluating, in order for it to be relevant to what the target group really needs. Our pillar number 2 is all about being collaborative, meaning are we taking an inclusive, participative, and human-centric way in the development and the delivery of the component. And number 3, which is the catalytic bit of the solution, is to assess the potential of the solution and the ripple effect it can have either directly or indirectly across different interventions. The 4th pillar is about how the intervention and solution can be cost effective. And we can achieve this by constantly evaluating the allocation of resources to achieve better outcomes. And lastly, is this innovation scalable and replicable? Are we building the capacities of government, civil society, and other systems to adopt the successful practices of the program? Are we involving even more of the target group in newer geographies? So that's a little bit about the component approach, but to help explain how we implemented it over the past year in Jharkhand, we wanted to share a little visual to help with the understanding. All right, so we chose to go ahead with our solution, which was around adolescent health and wellness days, which are a part of a larger scheme, which is known as the Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram program. Adolescent health and wellness days are a quarterly occurrence where young people can come together not only for their basic health checkups, but to also speak about and learn about topics that are relevant to their overall well-being, like sexual and reproductive health, substance abuse, mental health, nutrition, and more. The reason that we chose this component is because it is a part of a larger scheme and because it has the potential not only to reach a large number of adolescents, but also parents, influencers like local leaders and frontline workers. Adolescent Health and Wellness Days, which I'm now going to be referring to as AHWDs, are based in communities. And now under the new School Health and Wellness program, also schools, which means that they are not tied to an institution like a hospital. So we believe that a transformation in AHWDs could be catalytic to a transformation in other aspects of the overall Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram program. While in the upcoming panel, we will be sharing our experiences from the Ab Meri Bari project. We are also going to be sharing a preview of our project summary, as well as some early learnings that we have had so far. Our hope is that organizations can use this and adapt the component approach to their interventions so that we are able to scale them. With that, I would like to introduce our panel for today. We have our youth advisor, Anisha Sharma. We have Amit Ghosh from Child in Need Institute. We have Sushant Pathak from Quest Alliance. Child in Need Institute and Quest Alliance were our implementing partners on this project. We have Dr. Nabanita Rudra from Change Alliance, who worked on the monitoring, evaluation, and learning of the project. And we have Yashi from Dasra, who is going to be moderating the panel.
Thank you so much, Zia. Thank you for that introduction and for taking us through what the component approach really means and what are the pillars really like, as well as walking us through and giving an intro of what the Ab Meri Bari Youth Solutions project was really about. Welcome, Anisha, Dr. Navanita, Amit, and Sushant. Welcome to the panel, and welcome to everyone who's made it during this day of intense sessions, but very learning and meaningful sessions. So today, in the next 30 minutes or so, we are going to be talking about what have been our learnings of implementing the project over the last 1 year, using the component approach, using the 5 pillars that Zia laid out for us? What have been our learnings and how did we really use it in our project? And our hope is that by sharing our approach and our learnings of using the approach, we have other NGO partners who can really learn from it and benefit from it. With that ethos, I think let's start off. And I'd like to first invite Anisha, who was a youth advisor to the project as part of the Young People Advisory Group. She's been closely working on the project and really looking into all of the innovations that we have done, all of the work that we have done on ground, and really inputted on it throughout, right from the design stage to the implementation stage. And now as we look to hand it over to the government, she's been looped in throughout as a young person advisory group member. So Anisha, if I can ask you कि आपके हिसाब से आपकी experience क्या रही as an advisor, आपका role क्या रहा इस project में, और दूसरे जो young people involved थे इस project में, जो peer educators involved थे, जो दूसरे adolescents involved थे, उनका क्या role रहा इस project में आपके हिसाब से, अगर आप अपने words में share करना चाहो? So Anisha, over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Anisha from Jharkhand. मैं 10 to 19 Young People Advisory Group की member हूँ. So हम अब मेरी बारी प्रोग्राम जो अब 1 साल से चल रहा है, हमने उस पर मेनली प्रोग्राम के ऊपर एडवाइस और आइडियाज दिए थे यूथ के पर्सपेक्टिव से कि हमारे क्या थॉट्स है और हम क्या सोचते हैं. So अब मेरी बारी का जो प्रोग्राम था उसके फर्स्ट फेज के खत्म हो जाने के बाद सेकेंड फेज में हमने फर्स्ट फेज का जो एक्सपीरियंस था, जो प्रॉब्लम्स हमने फेस किए थे ग्राउंड पे, उन सारी चीजों पर डिस्कशन किए थे और फिर हमने सॉल्यूशन दिया था कि जो किशोर किशोरियां हैं जिनको प्रोग्राम में आना है वो क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं प्रोग्राम में, पीयर लीडर का जो फैसिलिटेशन का तरीका है उसमें वो पीछे क्यों रह जा रहे हैं. तो हमने कई सारे आइडियाज दिए थे कि हम गेम के माध्यम से बच्चों को जोड़ सकते हैं, हम जो पीयर लीडर है उनका थोड़ा ट्रेनिंग को स्ट्रॉन्ग कर सकते हैं ताकि वो फैसिलिटेशन अच्छे से कर पाए. छोटे छोटे ट्रेनिंग के थ्रू हमें सबको जोड़ना पड़ेगा. दूसरी चीज की हमने फील्ड विजिट भी किया था, क्योंकि मैं झारखंड में हूँ तो मैंने सिमडेगा में फील्ड विजिट किया था. तो मैंने फील्ड में पूरे प्रोग्राम को देखा था. तो जो फेज 1 में हमने प्रॉब्लम्स फेस किए थे और जो हमने उसका सॉल्यूशन दिया था, उस सॉल्यूशन को हमने वर्क करते हुए ग्राउंड पे देखा कि किस तरीके से फेज 2 में वो सारे सॉल्यूशंस वर्क कर रहे हैं. और फेज 2 जो प्रोग्राम मैंने अटेंड किया वो काफी अच्छा था. हमने प्रोग्राम के ही दिन, प्रोग्राम के खत्म हो जाने पर हमने फीडबैक मीटर से सबका फीडबैक लिया था और जो किशोर किशोरियां वहां आए हुए थे प्रोग्राम को अटेंड करने के लिए, हमने उनका फीडबैक IVRS सिस्टम के थ्रू लिया था कि उनका जो अनुभव था प्रोग्राम को लेकर वो कैसा रहा और वो क्या फीडबैक देना चाहते हैं, उनके हिसाब से क्या और बेहतर हो सकता है प्रोग्राम में. और एज अ पीयर लीडर हमने उनका भी फीडबैक लिया क्योंकि वो भी यूथ है और प्रोग्राम के फैसिलिटेशन का पूरा काम पीयर लीडर का था. सो उन्होंने भी हमें बताया कि किस तरीके से उन्हें फेज 2 में फेज 1 के अकॉर्डिंग जो प्रॉब्लम्स उन्हें फेस करने पड़े वो अब फेज 2 में थोड़े इजी हो गए हैं, वो अब उसका सॉल्यूशन यूज कर पा रहे हैं. और उन्होंने भी काफी चीजें हमें बताई कि किस जगह पर कौन सी चीजें काम कर रही हैं और कहाँ पे अभी भी इम्प्रूवमेंट की जरूरत है. और अभी फेज 2 खत्म हो जाने के बाद भी हम उस चीज को डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि अभी भी और क्या बेहतर हो सकता है. मेरी टीम के मेंबर्स हम यूथ के थॉट्स को सामने रखते हैं कि अब हमने जो सेकंड फेज में देखा, अब हम उसको और भी कैसे बेहतर बना सकते हैं कि आगे का जो प्रोग्राम है वो और बेस्ट हो और हम और अच्छे तरीके से अप्रोच कर पाए प्रोग्राम को लेकर. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू अनीशा शेयर करने के लिए नॉट जस्ट योर जर्नी बट प्योर एडुकेटर की क्या जर्नी थी और जो एडोलेसेंट्स आए थे उनकी क्या जर्नी और एक्सपीरियंस थी. थैंक यू शेयर करने के लिए. एंड इफ आई कैन ऐड, मेरे एक्सपीरियंस से ये यूथ लेड जो पिलर था हमारा, उसमें आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग फॉर मी टू सी वाज दैट हम ना कि सिर्फ उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड कर रहे थे कोई एक रोल प्ले करने के लिए, बट उनकी लीडरशिप कैपेसिटी भी हमने बिल्ड की और उनको उस लीडरशिप जर्नी पे डाला. तो आई थिंक वो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग था देखने को. एंड मेरे हिसाब से यंग पीपल क्योंकि इस प्रोजेक्ट में जुड़े थे, इट ऑल्सो हेल्प्ड others in the project be motivated and take more accountability and responsibility and be directly answerable to all the young people who were part of this project. So I think that was also really interesting to see. And I think what I'm really excited about is when we finally, close out this project and हम अपने सारे innovations government और सबके साथ share करेंगे, तो young people उसके बहुत center पे होंगे और हम young people के साथ share करेंगे. So I think in that sense, we are really happy and proud that we have been, youth-led in this approach. And of course, हमारी learnings continue रहती है और हम आगे से आगे सीख कर, इसको better करना चाहेंगे इस approach को. So thank you, Anisha, for sharing your journey. I'd like to move on to the next pillar. And Amit, if I can come to you to talk a little bit about, the second pillar, which is being collaborative. Now, of course, as Dasra, we center, we really ensure that हमारे सारे काम collaborative way में हो. And in this project, we've really tried to
yeah,
center
sorry
that.
to interrupt you. I think Sushant was to speak here.
Yes, sorry, Sushant. I like to bring in Sushant for the collaborative bit. Sushant, are you there? Can you have a video on? Yes.
Yes. Thank
Sushant.
you.
Yes. So Sushant, if you can come in a little bit about, the collaborative approach. आपको कैसे लगता है इस project में हमने collaborative जो pillar है हमारा उसको center पे रखा और हमने कैसे उस पे काम किया? If you can share a little bit about your experience of what that was like.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. I think not only this project, I think if you see collaborative, I think if we really want to create a real significant and a social impact, I think collaboration is a key for that. And when I talk about when I am saying collaboration, it means that how different stakeholders, how different technical partners, how government people are coming together for a common cause, right? And the same thing we saw in this project also. So definitely working in a collaboration has its own great power to be with, and it is a key for the success. So if we talk about this project also, definitely I think involving, if you see who are our key stakeholders, they were the young people in the communities who actually supported in mobilizing the adolescents, create awareness about the ASWD and making sure that there is the maximum participation. Then there were the frontline workers who were also supporting in the mobilization overall process, and even during the whole ASWD process also they were supporting. On the same time, there were peer educators also who were supporting in the overall process. There was the government who supported in providing the approval, and on the same time, they were providing with the financial support that they have for the ASWD. On the same time, the various experts and technical partners were also there. For example, if I talk about Child Alliance brought their impact assessment expertise and in the whole process of monitoring and evaluation part. And on the same time, there was CIMI and Quest Alliance who were actually directly working with these young people on the ground. So if you see that the whole journey that had been over this process, it would not have been happening if we were not working in a collaboration. So each stakeholder had played a very critical role. Either it is a community member, either it is the youth, either it is peer educator, either it is NGO partners. Each one have played a very significant role. And along with that, definitely, I think consolidating everyone, Dasra had played a very remarkable role in facilitating the overall process around it. And I think I also want to say that the advisory council who were involved and the CSOs who were involved in reviewing the overall process and feedback also play a very vital role. So I think if you say there were many key players who played a very significant role in this process and worked as a collaboration, and that is the reason that why this whole program gone so successful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sushant. And I think very rightly pointed out, and thank you. You've laid out so beautifully all the various stakeholders that were part of this project. I think इस project में NGO partners से लेके governments, young people, advisors, experts सब आ गए साथ में और इसको ये तभी possible हो पाई. And I think जैसा आपने कहा, it was only possible and it was rich because of all the expertise and the diverse opinions and inputs that came in सारे partners के साथ. So definitely Sushant, and I think one of my personal learnings have also been that easy नहीं है इतने सारे लोगों के साथ collaborative way में काम करना. It requires a lot of effort, time, energy, coordination, patience to be able to work with so many people and work together so beautifully. So I think again an opportunity to thank all of our partners for that a lot. So thank you, Sushant, for shedding light on that aspect of the work that we did and how we can really be collaborative in the work we do. Amit, now if I can move on to you. The next component in our approach really is being catalytic. And when we say catalytic, हमारा मतलब ये है कि हम कोई भी चीज पे जिस पे काम कर रहे हैं उसकी रिपल इफेक्ट क्या हो सकती है. How can we make that really so strong that एक काम करने से उसके benefit 10 जगह दिखाई दे. तो उस aspect पे अगर अमित आप बात कर सको and if you can shed a little bit light of what is the potential to create greater impact within the work that we did and how can we do that and what was the role within AHWD where we tried to do this. So Amit, over to you.
Thank you, Yashi. And before talking what you right now said, a very good evening to everybody, and thank you, Dasra, for holding this DPW. And I'm fortunate enough to be part of this event from 2018 onwards. So thank you again on coming back. It's a homecoming to me for being part of it. Number one. Number two, yes, coming to what we are talking about right now, yes, very well explained by my previous speakers about the impact through different approaches that has been done. And as we have seen working with the adolescents for quite a long time, what actually works, what are the best practices when we call it a practice as a best practice, right? And what are the different indicators to calling it as a best practice? So when we are pointing out to a very specific area that how it's catalytic, so when we talk about a solution to a particular approach, it must be said that how, as you have already mentioned, that how it has a ripple effect to the other, not just the specific program that we are working, but also in the similar programs, because it's an approach, a community-driven approach, what we are talking about. Also the horizontal and vertical impact. When I say horizontal and vertical impact is that it is vertically to different other departments who are working on these social issues. To, if I say the horizontal effect as it is being replicated in different blocks, districts. And if I talk about the vertical impact is that the different stakeholders who are involved, community, the youths, the community-based organizations, the district administration and all. So when we chose a solution with respect to what we are talking here is that we chose a particular component which has a both community and school level effect here. We were working on it. And that solution while testing how we through the course of duration we saw that how it can be termed as a catalytic effect. Just coming to the point that we were working on a very specific program of a large component, the school health and wellness program, the RKSK, in that we were talking about the so we can okay, we were talking about the adolescent health and wellness day that we were intervening. Now here, through our last experiences and now with the best practice that we have talked, the practice that we are talking about, what we found that the community mobilization was very, very important. Engagement of the community across the peers, across the parents, across the teachers, across the frontline workers, and all other gatekeepers who are part of it must be involved in it. So the solution should be something which is being touched by all, where the ownership is very clearly reflected. So when we came up with this solution and we worked on it for the last 7-8 months, we found that we touched a large number of key frontline workers, the service providers who actually will remain in the field. NGOs may come and go, development partners will implement a certain things and go. But with looking after the sustainable aspect of the whole thing, the frontline workers have owned it, they have been capacitated, and they remain with the thing. So the solution touches that, the most important thing. Second, as we were talking about that, parents, the teachers, the other gatekeepers, all were involved in it. They all were making a point. It was not an isolated program. All were making a point to share with others, to share their experiences, and making this a robust program in future. We could see. It has also a potential, as we say, that what we did is not something, a solution. We took it from outside and just asked the implementers to do it. Okay, we have come and let's do it for the next 6 7 months. We saw this solution, what we were talking about is engaging the community mobilization. But is that it can be replicated at any scale without involving any large cost, as we already saw in one of the slides, where that it should not be very much cost having a cost impact on it. So in that case also it stands the test of time that it is not very impactful in that way. And the most important thing of all that I must stress upon is the peers, the youth who came forward, took the ownership, took the forward, means take the whole program on their own. And also I must say here that right now in our field, those peer educators who were capacitated are taking up this whole thing to a different level. So just one line before I close it, that the trigger has been initiated and it's having its impact on this coming days, and we look forward to good results in the coming days. So thank you all. With this, I end here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amit. And like you said, a trigger has been, done in the community, and that's really what the catalytic pillar of our approach really is all about. The catalytic potential for us does not mean justifying why, a component is most catalytic, but rather actively acknowledging the potential for catalytic impact that a component could have. So, जैसे अमित ने acknowledge किया कि the AHWDs that we chose, उसके catalytic impact प्योर एजुकेटर के लाइफ में हो रहे हैं, उसके बाद फ्रंट लाइन वर्कर्स भी ट्रेन हो रहे हैं, एंड देन कम्युनिटीज आर आल्सो गेटिंग इन्वॉल्व्ड. सो दिस कंपोनेंट वाज, as we went on working on it, the more we understood and saw that the catalytic potential of it, and that was a great process for us. So thank you, Amit, for sharing a little bit about what that looks like and how the ripple effects are still being seen on ground and will continue to be seen on ground, not just in how AHWDs are done, but overall in how RKSK is implemented. So thank you, Amit. And moving on to the last two remaining pillars of the component approach, we have Dr. Navneeta from Change Alliance to share a little bit about how this project was not only cost effective, but also replicable and scalable. But first, Navneeta, if you can come in a little bit about the cost-effective aspect of the work that we did. So, हमने कैसे इस project में, we kept an eye on the cost, and we made sure that it was within the budgets allocated, etc. If you can talk a little bit about the cost-effective aspect of the work that we did.
Thank you, Yasi. I'm audible, right? Voice is coming? Audible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Yasi. So, hi everybody. I'm Dr. Navneeta Rudra. I work for Change Alliance Private Limited. And in this project, we have a role of designing cost-effective solutions under HWDs for scale and sustainability. Cost effectiveness is always been critical, as we all know, and it is a key aspect of component approach. It's important. It demonstrates the ways in which a more focused allocation of resources can result achieving better outcomes. It also validates. It also actually validates the utility of allocating resources from ineffective to effective interventions. So what we did when we started developing innovations with the team, we divided innovations into its various level where it is required actually. Like for example, at the project level, we did differently. At solution level, we did differently. And at the system level, we again did differently. So just coming with what we actually did when we say that at project level, we tried to ensure that the project could generate a high return on investment, for which we tried designing and implementing
a relatively smaller intervention, which we tried and tested in a restricted geography. As you have all know that it's Dumka and Sindega, where we tried to test it. When we did it, we tried to have a quicker, very quick turnaround time. Rather than going for a full-scale pilot, we tried this. This actually helped us showcase solutions for scale while being cost-effective. So that's the first one. Then we started trying for the solution level. While choosing and refining a solution to test, what we did, we kept an eye on how much investments are being made by the NGOs during implementation and how it is regularly assessed. So we tried to assess the cost very regularly, whether the cost can be sustained if the solution were to be scaled or not. So we tried asking this question time and again to us, and we discussed with the team. While testing the solutions, what we did, we ensured that all parts of interventions is looked at from the cost-effective angle. We actually used locally available resources. When I'm saying resources, it is human resource as well as fund both. We tried to minimize it. We tried to see it that extent possible, we minimize it. Like, for example, when we designed our games for adolescents, we used local available materials. That's something which is not need to be procured from the outside. When we were planning solutions, we planned engaging time and capacities of available people, be it the frontline worker, be it community people, be it Panchayati Raj members, be it teachers and health and wellness ambassadors at schools. So we tried to harvest the better outcome from everybody, mobilizing everybody. And our objective, as you know, was mobilizing the left out and hard to reach adolescents and the gatekeepers so that they reach those HD events. We, at the system level, we tried to break down current government spending on community and school-based service delivery.
Navneeta, sorry to interrupt, but just wanted to highlight, अगर आप थोड़ा slow जा सके वो interpretation में उनको थोड़ा help होगा, बस नहीं, it's just a little slow.
Sorry. So at system level, I'm just going again to system level. So at system levels, what we tried to say, we broke down the current government spending on community level at school-based service delivery. We try to understand how these innovations would affect the existing budget utilization of government programs. And if at all it is going to impact the cost effectiveness positively by improving the service uptake by the community and therefore ensure more widespread service delivery. So actually the cost effectiveness is built on these three basic pillars, which we try to see and see as per the availability of human resources and cost, and as well as the impact which we are trying to achieve to scale up. So that is what we did so far cost effectiveness is concerned. Yes, Yasi, over to you for your inputs.
Yes, Navneeta, thank you. I'd like to apologize to the interpreters. मैं भी बहुत fast हूँ और हम सब I think थोड़े fast pace में बात कर रहे हैं. हम बस excited है project को लेके. हम बहुत दिन से इस पे काम कर रहे हैं. So apologies. We will try to keep our pace थोड़ा slow only. But thank you, Navneeta, for sharing बहुत minutely sharing कि हमने कैसे in the project we tried to be cost effective. If I can add, at a project level, जैसा आपने कहा, we measured the return on investment generated by the project, right? To demonstrate कि relatively, एक smaller intervention, एक restricted geography में करने से, quick test करने से उसका क्या impact हो सकता है versus, a longer project, longer intervention. तो हमने वो project level पे किया. At a solution level, when choosing and refining a solution to test, we kept one eye constantly on how much investment was being done by our NGO partners, so that, to ensure that the cost being incurred, is it actually sustainable or not? And we regularly assess that, and while testing the solution, it was ensured that all parts of the intervention be looked at from a cost-effective angle. And at a systems level, if I'm to say, we broke down the current government spending on community and school-based service delivery to understand how this innovation would affect the existing budget utilization as well. तो हर लेवल पे हमने एक आँख हमेशा अपने कॉस्ट पे रखी, बिकॉज ये एक कांस्टेंट गैप हमने देखा है जब हम प्रॉमिसिंग प्रैक्टिसेस की बात करते हैं एट स्केल, कि कैसे हम उसको कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवली कर सके, वो एक बहुत बड़ा बैरियर आ जाता है, विच इज वाई दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग फॉर अस टू कीप इन माइंड. Nobinita, if I can bring you in now to talk about our last pillar, which is being scalable and replicable, which is the core of everything that we are doing, I think, in a way. हम जो भी कर रहे हैं, हम कितने भी innovations कर ले, अगर वो at the end of the day scalable नहीं है या हमारी approach replicable नहीं है, तो वो थोड़ा redundant सा हो जाता है. तो हमने कैसे अपने project में scale को center पे रख के काम किया, और हमने क्या क्या मेथड्स अप्लाई किए, और हमारी क्या लर्निंग्स थी, अगर आप शेयर कर सको.
Thank you, Yasi. In fact, scalability and replicability is again another essential pillar, जैसा कि आपने कहा, for component approach, right? And innovations cannot be innovation if it is not scalable to create a greater impact. It has to create a greater impact. So we were very much vigilant about it, and we started working on this since beginning. So when we did this, we tried to ensure this by a two-way process, I would say. In one hand, we identified all gaps in adolescent health programs, considering the range of stakeholders. We started talking to everybody, the stakeholders who are involved in implementation of RKSK, and also school health and wellness program. We, while doing that, we have had a very specific approach. We included young people since beginning of the in fact identification. We try to understand the best, what they understand best, how they recognize, and then with their help, we started recognizing the component of for which solutions are expected at scale. So we started defining the solutions, identifying and then define the solutions. And then while doing that, at the same time, what we were also eyeing was the best practices available in the implementation efforts of NGOs that suited best to the problem which we have identified. So actually, as I said, the problems were identified jointly with young people. So, and we tried to see the solutions which are easy to replicate and scale as well. So while doing that, we had, when we finished this first phase, we had problems in one hand, in other hand, basic solutions, which are actually doing well. We initially, with both the things, we initially bounced the solutions and problem both to young people. We, in the same region, in Jharkhand only. Then we tried and we co-created the solutions. We tested them in multiple times, incorporating young people's feedback and also feedback of other stakeholders. They are actually the beneficiaries. So while doing that, all the process what we did actually for devising those innovation, we monitored it very closely and we documented each and every stage diligently. If it works, then also it was documented. If it doesn't work, then also it was documented, and we also documented why, reason for not working and reason for working our solutions as well. While doing that, in fact, we tried to fine tune the innovations. While doing that, we realized that stakeholders are able to see the value added to the interventions, and they also are keen to replicate it in their in specific geographies. To ensure that these innovations are replicable, we will be sharing the methodology as well as the documentation of the entire process. In addition of sharing this data and support of this innovation, we will also candid to share our learnings and actual guidelines with other organizations which can who can take benefit out of it. And if I just, in a nutshell, if I say that the basic structure on which this is in fact developed is learn, lead, decide, and then thrive. So first we try to learn with young people like they are learning. We then help them to lead. We also led with them, actually help them to lead and develop leadership among them. Then we started trying to see what they are deciding and how they are deciding. And eventually, if they are able to learn, they are able to lead, they are able to decide, then eventually they will be the people who will thrive. So this is what actually was the process which we followed, Yasi, while doing this scalability and replicability component.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much again, Navneeta, for walking us through the process. And just आपने कहा, scale and sustainability are very intrinsically linked, right? And on-ground implementation is the space where promising practices are worked on to develop them into scalable solutions. More often than not, क्या होता है? This kind of implementation is really dependent on NGO staff and expertise, of course. But component approach में हम वो एक लेंस लेके आते हैं, वो एक हैंडओवर का लेंस कि एनजीओ और एनजीओ की स्टाफ हमेशा ग्राउंड पे नहीं रहेगी, हमें वो हमेशा वो एक लेंस लाना पड़ेगा टू बी एबल टू से कि व्हेन डू वी हैंड ओवर टू द फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स एंड द फील्ड स्टाफ ऑन ग्राउंड. What I mean by that is there has to be a shift towards making oneself and one's program redundant over time. Which, don't get me wrong, is somewhat an unusual approach for implementers to take, and वो challenging हो जाता है, which is why component approach में हम उसको भी center रखते हैं कि हम वो lens रख के कैसे काम करें ताकि eventually हम उस intervention से निकल के solutions hand over करके एक sustainable project बना के आगे बढ़े. So I hope, thank you Navneeta also for highlighting कि हम ये सब obviously document करके सबके साथ share करेंगे. हमने already जो एक preview है हमारे learnings और challenges जो अभी हमने share किया, वो एक preview document हमने already chat पे डाला है. Please go through it, and we hope कि हमारी जो learnings थी इस approach से, इस पूरे implementation से एक साल के, उसमें everyone can learn from it, can maybe use these pillars of our approach in their own intervention as well. Us as a project team and Dasra as well, everyone is always available to chat more about the work that we have done and share more about the learnings. In the coming months, हम और भी share करेंगे इसके बारे में. But quickly, if I also had to share one peer educator's journey of being part of this project, I would like to call upon the video, if we can play one video to share the journey of our peer educator who was part of the project throughout with us. So if we can have the video, please.
सबों को झारखंडी जोहार. मेरा नाम है अनु कुमारी, मैं एक साथिया हूँ और यहाँ हम लोग आज सब कोई किशोर स्वास्थ्य एवं कल्याण दिवस मनाने के लिए उपस्थित हुए हैं और यहाँ पर उपस्थित कल्याण दिवस में सबों का स्वागत है. पहले के आदमी लोग कुछ बताते थे, नहीं ना बताते थे, तो हम लोग की एनएम दीदी सैया लोग गए गांव-गांव में जागरूक कराए, पूछे हर एक चीज़ को, और यहाँ ये चीज़ होते तो चला. जाप सब सुनबा बुझबा हले जानबा वाला बात, तो ऐसे ही खेल खेल में गए हम लोग और धीरे धीरे तो उतना आदमी सब भी नहीं जुटते हैं ना, तो खेल खेल के माध्यम से खाना सब दे के, बिस्किट सब दे के बच्चों को उत्साहित किए. उसके बाद ऐसे करते करते पूरा ग्रुप जम गया. उसके बाद हम लोग का ग्रुप को लगा कि थोड़ा एक्टिव है, बोल सकती है, भरोसेमंद है, तो हम लोग का ग्रुप से हमको चुने और मेरा ग्रुप का नाम है अनु कुमारी.
सो अनु में मुझे एक वो कॉन्फिडेंस दिखा, वो नर्वस बिल्कुल नहीं थी. उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छा आगे बढ़ के सब चीज़ों को पकड़ा है और उन्होंने एक तरीके से फैसिलिटेट किया है पूरी चीज़ों को. और वो जिस तरीके से बच्चों से इंटरेक्ट कर रही थी, उन्हें डांट भी रही थी, उन्हें समझा भी रही थी, और अगर कोई बच्चा नहीं बोल पा रहा था तो उसके लिए वो इनिशिएटिव लेके बोल भी रही थी.
बॉल को कैच करना है, उसके बाद जो भी बॉल को कैच करेगा उसको अपना अंदर जो भी एक अच्छा गुण और बुरा गुण बताना है.
हमको 15 से 19 जितना समझाना था हम समझा दिए. अब बच्चे लोग मेरा समझाने को कौन सा तरीका से लिए और समझे नहीं समझे तो अपना ऊपर डिफरेंस करता है. हम देखे बात बात में किसी की माँ बन गए, बच्चा भी पैदा कर लिए, बात बात में भैया भी बना लिए, हर एक चीज़ सब चीज़ कर लिए बात बात में. रियल ना सही, बातें बात में एग्जाम्पल हम खुद का दिए, अपना परिवार का देते हुए बच्चों को समझाए.
और आज मतलब यहाँ पर बच्चे आए तो खेल के द्वारा भी बहुत कुछ सीखे, क्योंकि उनको जैसे हम बताते हैं तो वो चीज़ भूल जाते हैं, लेकिन खेल के माध्यम से तो याद रखेंगे कि हम लोग ये चीज़ खेले थे तो हम लोग को इस बारे में बताया गया था.
शादी के बाद तो यही सब चलते रहेगा. और 2 से 3, 3 से 4 जरूर होंगे। होगा कि नहीं? इससे मेरा शरीर का हालत क्या होता? कमजोर रहता। अच्छा लगता? नहीं लगता ना?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Amit, Prashant, Anisha, and Navanita again for sharing your learnings. And I hope this was insightful for everyone. Zia, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yashi, and thank you to all of our speakers. I think that video was just amazing, and it's incredible to see Anu's journey throughout this entire process, and to think that she was one of the 500 peer educators that contributed to this project is really quite inspiring. In addition to Anu, I also just want to take a quick moment to thank all of our partners who have contributed to this project. Our implementing partners, Child in Need Institute and Quest Alliance, our technical partner, Change Alliance, our communications partner, Studio Cebu, our data and technology partner, Gramvani, a group of civil society collaborators that included IIPH, Gandhinagar, Anubhuti Trust, and NEEDS, our extremely diverse and dynamic group of advisors that included Dr. Zoya Rizvi from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Kim Longfield from Data Boom, Nayan Chakravarti from Japaigo, Priya Vardarajan from Co-Impact, Prableen Tuteja, and Deepshika Ghosh from the YP Foundation. And of course, our 3 young leaders, Anisha Sharma, whom we heard from earlier today, Fula Kumari and Sabah Rahmani that were there in our previous sessions. A huge thank you also to NHM Jharkhand for allowing us the opportunity to work alongside them on this very important goal when it comes to adolescent health and well-being. It's been a great experience and we've learned so much, and you will continue to hear more about this project from us. I would like to now introduce our next speaker, as we've been speaking about scale and young people and collaboration. I'd like to invite Ananya Pandey from UNICEF Yuva, who are our key partners on scaling solutions. Ananya is going to share a little bit about our joint initiative, Call for Solutions. Over to you, Ananya.
Thank you, Zia. I hope you all can hear me. I'm very happy to be here today, and I think this session has been a great learning for me as well, despite already partnering with you, Dasra. I'm here specifically to talk about the Call for Solutions partnership, but just before that, giving some of you the context on Yuva, in case you have not heard about it. Yuva is basically a partnership platform that is incubated by UNICEF, both globally as well as in India. Globally, we call it a Generation Unlimited. Pretty much like 10 to 19 Collaborative, our intention is also to bring together stakeholders to achieve results for young people. And these stakeholders include NGO partners like yourself, government, private sector, young people, multilateral organizations, etc. The idea being how can these stakeholders come together to ensure that there is sufficient cross-stakeholder partnership, that we are leveraging each other's resources and each other's strengths, bringing forth young people's voice, as previously mentioned, even in the work that 10 to 19 is doing. And lastly, to co-create scalable solutions with partners. Under this vertical falls the Call for Solutions piece, for which we've partnered with Dasra 10 to 19 Collaborative this year. The idea being that how can we reach and also support a larger pool of solution providers which have a potential to create some sort of transformative or delta change for young people. There are a few key themes that we identified for this round of Call for Solutions, and we do this every year. This year we've closed our applications in January, but hopefully we'll be continuing to do this in subsequent years, and I am hopeful that some of you have also applied for this year's Call for Solutions. The 4 themes that we looked at this year was entrepreneurship for young people. We also looked at specifically employment opportunities for young women. How can solutions that enable this be strengthened and supported? Thirdly, career guidance solution that help young people make informed choices. And lastly, youth centrality in terms of models and practices that can be replicated across governance structures. So these were our primarily like the 4 themes that we looked at this year. In terms of what we are trying to do through these solutions is that we do not want to, as Yuva, create new solutions or replicate promising solutions that already exist, but play a supportive and enabling role in their journey to scale up. And given the mission alignment between 10 to 19 and Yuva when it comes to being the catalytic support system, we want to support the shortlisted solutions through a combination or a bouquet of options in that sense, which include things like network support, linkages to our diverse networks as 10 to 19 and as Yuva, providing advocacy support to your solutions, again, across our networks, but also providing some amount of technical support, whether it is youth-centered programming or looking at design thinking for scale. If your solution has to be replicated in another scenario, how can that happen? What is the support we can give in such a situation? And lastly, also offer catalytic funding support to select solutions. So this is in some sense the combination of support that we want to provide to our partners who are shortlisted through this call for applications. Overall, the idea being that we want to promote cross-learning, we want to encourage innovation, we want to encourage and support collaboration among stakeholders, be it government and NGO partners, or even bringing in private sector to help with some sort of technical support or maybe funding and innovation as well. So that's some information about Call for Solutions. For those of you who have applied, just in terms of next steps, we are looking at screening and shortlisting solutions and finalizing that in next 1.5 months. Currently, we are undergoing the screening process, and the ones that do make it through the shortlisting round and enter the jury round will be evaluated with a combination of both technical jury with representation from our stakeholder group, but also a young people's jury that will be made up of our advisory panel, both from 10 to 19 partner networks as well as Yuva. So we are very excited for that. And please do watch out our social media handles as well as any information that we update through our newsletters on solutions and possibly newer opportunities for us to collaborate. Once again, I would like to thank Dasra for calling me to this event so that I can speak to all of you. Back to you, Zia.
Thank you, Ananya, for really quickly sharing what this joint call for solutions was about. I would like to also share that this is the first call for solutions, and at 10 to 19, we do hope to continue to offer funding opportunities as well as non-financial support. So do keep a lookout for those. Thank you everyone so much for engaging, asking questions on chat. And before we do close out the session, we wanted to ask you one more question. This will just help us serve you better in terms of better sessions in the future. So requesting the Dasra team to pull up our next poll, please. This reads, how likely are you to use the learning and tools shared today in your work? You can answer anywhere from highly likely to highly unlikely, requesting everybody to be candid because that's the way that even we can work on improving our sessions for you. We've received around 30% of responses, so all participants, please do answer the poll question. Okay, just a couple more seconds and then we're going to close it. So this is your last chance. Okay, lovely. We've gotten quite a few responses. I'm very happy to see that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our speakers also for sharing their insights and their experiences. Thank you again to all of the participants. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Radhika. Thanks.
Thanks, Zia. Thank you. That was really engaging. Also thanking Ananya for joining us and sharing about Call for Solutions. Thanking Anisha, Amit, Sushant, Navneeta, Devika, Yashi for sharing their work with us and their learnings with us. It was also good to hear from Anu, but it really helps for us to build upon each other's work and to avoid duplication and to avoid repetition of mistakes. I think this is a great platform for us to do that. And we would encourage all our partners to continue the exchange of learning. For the last joining hands moment of the day, as we introduce the Joining Hands initiative, where we're committing to align efforts and mutually pursue adolescent and youth empowerment towards the 4 key outcomes of delayed age at marriage, delayed age at first pregnancy, completion of secondary school, and increased leadership and agency. This last Joining Hands moment is going to happen with Namrata from Quest Alliance, Tanvi from Child in Need Institute, and I'll invite my colleague Nandika from Dasra. Nandika oversees our field implementation projects, NGO relationships, and our state and central government relationships. Over to you, Nandika.
Thank you very much. And I know it's been a long session for everybody, so thank you for your continued attention. I want to welcome Namrata and Tanvi as well onto our virtual stage. So if they could be spotlit. Namrata, Tanvi, thanks so much for joining us. Before I hand to you, if I can just have a chance to speak for 2 minutes. The Joining Hands initiative is very much a space where we want to acknowledge some of the partnerships that we've had in the past and opportunities that we are keen to explore in the future. And to clarify to this audience, Cine and Quest Alliance here are some of our longest standing partners. When we began the collaborative in 2017, I think just a year in 2018 onwards is when Quest and Cine joined us, and we together have been focusing on prioritizing adolescent and youth voices and their health development and education. And it has been honestly very, very inspiring journey to me personally, and a very supportive relationship and partnership to the collaborative. So I welcome you with a lot of warmth, a little bit of nostalgia, and a lot of happiness and hope for the future of the work that we do together. Both the Quest and the Cine teams have been working across Jharkhand, as well as other states and nationally, to champion adolescent and youth leadership, health, and education. And today we wanted to acknowledge and celebrate this long-standing relationship between our organizations. As I think we have walked this winding path of setting up India's first adolescent-focused collaborative, it has been such a privilege to have stalwarts like yourself walk this path alongside us. And we really look forward to continuing this relationship of working together, failing together, getting up, learning, sharing, and continuing our commitment to our common goals. And I'm so glad to be part of this Joining Hands with you today. Can I pass on, Namrata, now to you, if you would like to share your thoughts for 2 minutes, and then we'll go to Tanvi, and that would be really great to hear from you guys.
Great. Thanks, Nandika. And I think, like you said, it's been nostalgic to be here. I've been part of the DPW session since 2018, I think. It's always a pleasure to come back, and I think specifically to talk about our partnership. We've been partners for, like you said, almost 5 years now. And I think for us, the Dasra partnership is really what started the word collaborative journey for us. I think it was it was a collaborative journey even before, like right now, there's a lot of buzz on collaboratives, right? Like everybody wants to do it. But when we started this work with Dasra and adolescents, at that time, it was really one of the first that happened. And I think what is important for me during this journey is that it set a path to how collaboratives should work. It was participatory in every way. It was participatory in every partner's voice was heard in terms of what we think works well, what we think our knowledge of the field is, and every partner in Quest Alliance did what we were good at. Cine did what they were good at. So I think it just leveraged all our strengths. It was really liberating in that way to have this participatory approach. And I think something that you touched upon, Nandika, is that being okay to fail. We really kept the young person at the center, saying, what does this young person need? And we've seen through, over the last 5 years, we started with something, then we moved to something else, then COVID hit, and then we really changed. And then we're doing the adolescent health and wellness days. So there's been a lot of change in the program. And I think the change is because this is what the young person needs. This is what the external reality is. And we've always seen such an openness to change. And that is really the spirit of any collaborative, to be willing to learn from what's happening in the field, to be saying that, okay, this didn't work, let's try something new, and be all in with that, and not saying that this will work, but saying, let's learn from what's working. So I think for us, this is kind of the hallmark of what every partnership should be. And we're really, really proud to be associated in whatever avatar the new youth collaborative, the collaborative platform takes. It's always a pleasant journey, and to make friends along the way. So thank you to the entire Dasra team. It's been really, really wonderful to be associated.
Thank you so much, Namrata, for your very kind and encouraging words. Tanvi, can I request you?
Yeah. Thank you, Dasra, for giving us this opportunity to share. And thank you, Namrata. You have captured a lot what I also wanted to say.
The advantages of going first, Tanvi.
So anyways, I would try to say something more, add on to what you said. So starting off with what was coming in my mind is that how we started, how this thought came in. We actually live in a country which has a large adolescent population, and like every fifth person in our country is between 10 to 19 years old. And this large number of adolescent population, that it needs to be safe, it needs to be healthy, it needs to be educated, and they need to be equipped with information, life skills. And this is how I think we started this conversation, and all of us came together. And Cine and Dasra Association, as Nandika said, it has been since 2018. And like you said, Namrata, we all have leveraged from each other. And we always kept the adolescents at the forefront. We backed so many campaigns on adolescent rights, like the Ab Meri Bari campaign, which was a huge success in Jharkhand. And then we implemented innovative models and showcased how the government programs like RKSK, School Health Wellness Program, they can be replicated on the ground. And we worked hand in hand with the National Health Mission. We tried to strengthen their adolescent programmings around SRHR and family planning. And also during the difficult times like the COVID-19 pandemic, we jointly carried out COVID response and well-being activities. We documented the demands of adolescents. We shared them with the system. So even during those difficult times, the work went on. And we continue to reach out to remote tribal communities, and the kind of that agency building and confidence building that has happened among adolescent girls and boys also, it needs a mention at several platforms like these. And I'm sure we will all continue to share these best practices at appropriate platforms so that they can be replicated. And just to also acknowledge that as an organization, Cine benefited a lot with this association with the collaborative. In fact, the senior management of Cine also got an opportunity to build upon its leadership skills. There were structured trainings which were participated by the Cine senior management. And this constant engagement also happened parallelly with the implementation teams. And this has led to the knowledge enhancement as well as better communication skill building has happened within our teams. And I'm sure we will continue to work together in the future. And these messages that we have developed over the years will continue to percolate with the communities that we work in. And thank you so much, Dasra and Quest and all our partners.
Thank you very much, Tanvi. I won't take more time, and I definitely can't top what the both of you have said, so I'll end here. Thanks very much again to the both of you, and handing back to Radhika.
Thanks, Nandika, and thanks, Tanvi and Namrata, for sharing with us such heartwarming example of collaboration. I think we started the day with talking about that we can either choose to walk alone or we can choose to walk together. And with the conversation that we just had, we really look forward to walking another mile with all of you. So thank you for that. I think this was the last session of the day, and we really want to thank all of our attendees for your participation in the chat, for sharing your questions with us. We will try our best to respond to you. If not today, then we'll follow up with you. Thanks also for following the webinar guidelines and adhering to the child protection policy. Special thanks to our sign language interpreters and our Hindi language interpreters. Sorry for making your job so difficult, but thank you for bearing with us. We hope we were able to spark some meaningful discussions today, and we hope that we will continue this momentum. We at 10 to 19 would like to thank all our partners, funders, implementing and collaborating NGOs, advisors and guides, vendors, our youth groups and boards, everyone in the field who has paved the way for innovative approaches, policies, and pioneering efforts in engaging adolescents and young people in a participatory and meaningful manner. We also have a reading packet with key resources mentioned by our speakers that we will be sharing post this session. To stay tuned on future conversations, please follow us on Instagram and Twitter links that have been shared in the chat. Do write to us at 10to19@dasra.org with any feedback or recommendations. The links and the email ID has been shared on chat. So with that, we close for the day. Thank you, everyone, and we look forward to connect with all of you again. Dasra, maybe we can bring back the slide, the opening slide and the music, and we can stop recording. Thank you for joining us.